Hello and welcome to the Artist Lounge podcast. I'm going to talk over mic so that you can't ruin my introduction. Hi, I'm Sarah, also known as Gamer Draws. I'm joined by the wonderful Michael Steffen, also known as Funisher. And today we have a wonderful guest with us, Jen Williams, who I'm sure all of you know as jennisfit. Is that right? The Reddit name?
Yeah, that's correct. Hi everybody, I'm jennisfit.
Awesome, brilliant, and I love your shirt.
Oh yeah, it says moon.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I actually managed to skip the kind of generation that grew up on Sailor Moon somehow. And yet, every now and then I'll see something and I'm like, oh my god, I wish I had seen all of that. Okay, we've got lots of people in chat already. I'm just going to let them know that we are live. Smiley face. So, how is everyone? How were your weeks? Your weekends? How are you, Mike?
Okay.
You look bemused. You're staring at me blankly.
No, I didn't know if it was going to be me. Good. I'm feeling better this week.
Yeah.
If anyone watched the last podcast, had a rough time. Had a rough time getting through that one.
We did have a little battle. It happened.
Oh, it's just one of those things. Sometimes you just get in your head. And the thing is I think I was just tired. I don't know. That was the one that was done after. I had my 4 nights of funk weekend where I went out for 4 straight days to different modern funk events and things and listened to a bunch of awesome music and just partied and, maybe I wore myself out. I don't know. My confidence should have been going well, though. I had a guy offer to blow me in a men's room. I'd never had that happen before, so I should have been feeling pretty confident because, that was a pretty good compliment. I've never had that compliment before.
Yeah. If they're offering you and not asking you, that's pretty good.
Yeah, you just you probably get this a lot. And I was like, dude, I wish this would be I need to hear this once a day. I don't care who tells me. This is something that just needs to happen more in my life. It's a shame I'm not, bi or gay or anything. I couldn't really, that's all I got out of the situation. But really, it was nice. It was a nice confidence booster to have,
I like your shirt today.
I was like, finally, the reputation of San Francisco can finally pay off a little bit.
I like your shirt today. It suits you.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this shirt too, and I was ruining it by splattering stains.
Oh dear.
So.
I can hear Jen is collecting together the amazing collection of art supplies that you're using today.
Yeah. I kind of went nuts at the downtown artist and craftsman store the other day, and I spent way too much money.
Oh no!
But I got a rebate. A $5 rebate on Prismacolor pencils, so that's good.
Nice.
You saved money.
Yes.
That's exactly right. Oh, that glass of wine looks like a great idea.
Yeah, that's why I come prepared.
I have an issue where whenever I'm doing a big traditional commission, I have to go out and buy the materials for it, and the closest art place that I have is Hobbycraft here, which is massive. And every time I go in there, I'm like, right, I need to get this one thing. That's it. Just the one thing. That's all I need. I come out with a massive bag of stuff. It's never happens.
Yeah, it's impossible.
It's funny.
How are you, Jen? How was your week? Your weekend? Do anything cool?
Not really.
No.
A lot of getting together with the stuff with the Thai embassy and all that shenanigans over there, but that's pretty much just it. I'm sorry, I'm trying to be here and not be there, and I think my screen over here is not responding. So,
so you're not seeing your screen move?
No, I just reloaded it. It was I didn't see anything in chat, so I was wondering if maybe it wasn't loading the chat stuff. Bob.
I'll write hello in chat so you can see if it appears. Okay, I've written hello.
Yeah, it worked. I think I might have scared everybody off. It's okay. Bye, everybody.
No, fine. I guess
If your computer gets a lot of lag or something's cutting out and it's not working and you need to just call back, you can hang up and call back on the same link that I gave you earlier, and it will just jump you right back in. So.
Okay, I still have that window open, so my
so if at any
internet
point
is actually.
do that, it'll be it works fine. The only person who can't is Sarah, or else the whole podcast goes.
I will ruin everything.
It will ruin everything.
We have experienced me do that before. I'm so sorry.
It happened once. We got disconnected once, and we had to put up a fresh link and do like a part 2.
I feel like every episode that I've ruined by messing up something technically, I want to get the guest that was on and be like, right, let's do a new episode with you. I am so sorry.
Well, hopefully that doesn't happen here. Internet's being pretty cooperative this evening for me. One time we have Comcast here, which sucks. I hate it. And I think it was a couple weeks ago, I was working on a drawing of someone, and actually it was this one, and I stupidly forgot to save it onto my computer, and I was like really into it, and I was really getting into it.
Hold that up. That was really cool.
And I was like, let's see, can you see it?
Yeah. That's gorgeous.
And all of a sudden, I went to like a different page, and I went back, and it said, your Comcast bill is past due. Contact us to pay. And we had just paid it, which was the thing, and it would not come back on, and we called them, but it was late at night, and they refused to put it back on until like the following, like 2 days later. It was a Sunday, and then Monday was a holiday. I think it was Labor Day, and they couldn't put it back on until Tuesday. And I stormed through the house raging. I was like, my life is over.
Oh no.
But I mean,
oh no.
But
I know that feeling. Whenever
it all worked out. I mean, I never missed it.
Oh, good. I'm glad. Yeah. Whenever the internet goes down, even if it's like for a second, I'm like, what do I do with my life right now? I'll see the start of like a YouTube video start to flicker, and I'm like, it's the end of the world right now. It's about to happen. It's on the bridge.
There's a brief moment when the internet goes down where it's like, do I need a flashlight? Do I use a flashlight? No, I don't use a flashlight now. That's not how that works. That's right.
I like when the power goes off and you realize how much stuff runs on the mains, and you're like, oh, just go do this. Oh.
Yeah, pretty much all you can do is flush the toilet or take a cold shower.
Oh, God.
Like, finally, that flashlight radio combo my grandma gave me is really going to pay off.
Yeah. The one with the crank that you have to wind for like 10 hours to get a half second of light. Yeah.
I'm so glad that you guys know that.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like everyone was gifted one of those at Christmas once.
Yeah. They're stored away somewhere, you know?
Yeah, ready for the end of the world. Okay, so I guess we better let people know who we are drawing today. So today we will be drawing, let's see if I can even say this name, Chlapepsek Chapel Ke... Sorry.
Just spell it out. Just spell it out.
CHLAPECEK, all one word. Very sorry for annihilating your name. We'll be drawing their picture. It is, I'll show it when I jump over my screen. It currently is number 15 on the hot setting. rather than new. Usually we're on new, but this time we've gone on essentially the art all of Reddit Gets Drawn. And the title is, Can Anyone Draw Myself? There are 2 pictures for more ideas. Now, I must apologise to Foxtrot,
Yeah.
my darling. We're so sorry. Foxtrot's already done a gorgeous piece for this picture. The pictures were released 13 hours ago. Usually we do something a lot sooner than that, but well, essentially Mike was like, we're drawing this one. But he was willing for us to choose a different one, but Mike was like, I'm doing this one. That's what I'm doing because I'm picky and I'm doing oil and it's the only one that works. We were like, okay. And then we had a look around at some of the others, and we have very like particular criteria, and none of them really fit. So we shall be doing this one. It's the best one for all of us. So I'm very sorry, Fox. You are more than welcome to draw whatever you want for the show, and we will show it. So, and for anyone who does draw something on the show, you can't post in the, where is it? It'll be there on the YouTube chat. So if you do want to post your artwork, whether you draw it live with us now, or if you're watching this on YouTube and you draw it, you can bring it over to the Artist Lounge, which is at reddit.com/r/artist lounge. You'll find a post with basically the same title as this video, and you can post your artwork in there via whatever link you want to use. If you post it with us today, then we'll show it on the show today. But if you're drawing whilst watching this on YouTube on the recorded version, just post it in there, let us know, and we'll show it on the next podcast. But yeah, that's everything you need to know. Feel free to chat in the little chat. I will be watching it. We will all be watching it if... There we go. I will be watching it now. But yeah, I'm going to jump my screen over and then we can chat about all the amazing things that have been happening. Happy dance. I'm in a really good mood today, so you're going to get hyper me. Although I can't stay up for massively long today, unfortunately. It's my mum's birthday tomorrow, so I'll be spending the day with her. So.
Oh, that's lovely. My mom's birthday was yesterday.
Oh, awesome. Happy birthday to Jen's mom.
And my father-in-law's birthday is tomorrow. Yay.
Oh my god, happy birthday.
Everybody's birthday.
I know.
Tell them a group of internet strangers says happy birthday.
Yes. You're welcome.
That's exactly what they want to hear.
It is.
Yeah.
I haven't got my mum a card, so this will have to do.
I got her a funny card. It was, I don't know if anybody watches Family Guy, but there's an episode where Stewie, like, falls in love with Lois, and he's like, Mom, Mom, Mommy, Mom, and he continues to say that. But I do that to her all the time.
Yeah.
And I found a card that it had, like, 7 or 8 folds in it, and it said, hey, Mom, Mom, hey, Mom. And every time you folded it, it was like, Ma, Ma, Mama, Mom. And then the very last one says, I love you. So she loved it. She thought it was great.
Oh, that's great. I love that. I'm going to try it now.
She was disappointed at first because I usually make her a card and I do some artwork in it.
I used to do that all the time.
I was like,
now,
wait till you see this one.
I used to do that all the time growing up. I'd make everyone cards, and now it's just like, dude, I don't have the time. I love you to bits, but I can't.
Alright, now things are set. I'm screen sharing Foxtrot's piece right now. So
Awesome. Let me make it stay on my page.
It's a really nice piece. I think he likes the
really
idea
is.
once we announce who we're drawing, he is already like, and I'm finished. Later. Though I have been accused of being a diva, because this is the only one I would do. It's not me, it's the oil paint. It's just what the paint wants.
Oh, shut up. Don't be one of them.
Actually,
No
no, the
one wants to
horrible
be
thing
one of
is,
them.
it really is, though, is I was kind of limited to this because it was one of the only ones I knew I had any chance of getting a painting out of. Like, all the others I could already see, like, in this amount of time, the number of hurdles would make it not worth it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I kind of like that we're doing this one because I just got back from Scotland and it was very cold there, and I don't know, something about the picture with the like green sky and the big fluffy scarf kind of reminds me of being in Scotland. So I'm happy to do this one.
The very appropriate piece for that then. Also, the Man's birthday is on the 30th, and he shares the same birthday as my mom. It's like birthday time.
It is birthday time. Someone's going to do some math there and then make us all feel awkward.
Yeah, they're all going to do the math and be like, interesting, right? Right in September. How many months is that? No.
But yeah, happy birthday to absolutely everyone. Actually, like, a bunch of people at the convention just had their birthdays as well, because I just got back from Glasgow Comic-Con, and a bunch of people were like, oh, it's my birthday. I was like, oh, happy birthday. Oh.
And you had quite a time at Comic-Con.
I had so much fun. Okay, I want to say first, Glasgow, I am in love with you. Scotland was absolutely amazing. Like, London, I love you, right? London MCM, you're great. You guys, you're awesome. But you need to step up your game because Glasgow was amazing.
Oh, dis. Shots fired. Shots fired.
Oh, I'm going to combine this.
They're going to be like, oh, you wanted to go to this one. Well, we're going to reject your little booth right here. They're going to like boot you out now. They'd be all offended.
No, it's not MCM itself. MCM in every city feels exactly the same. It really does. You can go to MCM Glasgow, MCM Manchester, MCM London. Like, some of them are bigger than others. So obviously the London one's the massive one in the UK. But if you go to an MCM event, it's an MCM event. But something about Scotland was just like brilliant. Like, everyone in Scotland was so incredibly friendly. I've never met so many like amazingly friendly people within such a short space of time. And and it wasn't just me who thought this. I spoke to a bunch of other artists who were there, and so many people said to me, "Oh yeah, Glasgow MCM is my favourite convention because everyone's so nice." Like, seriously, everyone was like, I don't know, amazing. Everyone's so incredibly friendly, and I was really nervous because it was my first convention traveling on, like, my first time on a flight on my own, my first time at a convention on my own. Sorry, I'm like trying to focus on the picture as well. I'd done art shows on my own before, but I'd never done a convention on my own, so I was kind of nervous to be doing a flight, a convention, setting everything up, booking it all, making sure I didn't get lost, as everyone seems to know I'm very good at getting lost. And I don't know, I had...
Hello? Oh my god.
Uh-oh. No way.
That's bad.
It's over?
That's actually really bad. That's the worst case scenario. What it means what we have to do is we actually have to make a new link and then make a new post.
Oh no. Can we still post over in the chat that
the chat, everything's gonna still be here. The chat's still here, but we're gonna have to make like a new link and start it from scratch, and I'll have to post a new link in the artist lounge. I think that, because now well, it still says we're live. You know what? I'm gonna tell her to jump back in. Try jumping back in. Yes.
Can you
try jumping back in?
Okay.
Because it maybe as long as one person's here, she can still jump back in. Oh, it worked.
Oh my god.
Thank goodness. We were just talking about that.
That's kind of cool.
I'm so sorry. At least we figured out how to do that.
Well, and you know what's good is what that means is because originally it didn't give us that option. When you cut out the last time, it just took it off the air. But this time it left it on the air. So That's a
Oh
nice
my
nice that
God.
they picked
Well,
that.
that's
Could you guys hear me?
yay.
Your kind of audio cut, and then I just saw your video go out or whatever, and I was like, uh-oh, you know.
Okay, because I'm glad you couldn't hear me because it was just me swearing continuously.
no, we could not hear that.
Oh my God, I am so sorry, but at least it worked. Yeah,
Yeah.
when I jumped back, there was the option to resume broadcast. So I don't know if that's an update or something, but that's a lifesaver. Oh my God.
Yeah. Glad that update's there. That saved us a whole lot of trouble.
Yes, right. Okay, very sorry. Oh God.
Oh, heavens.
So funny, we were just talking about it too.
What? Oh, what about the issues? Yeah. Oh God.
About how if you get kicked out, then we're basically screwed. But luckily, that wasn't the case. Yay!
Yeah. It's
my-
been oh, bloody hell.
Oh, God. I'm painting this guy's head super small. Oh, that's a big mistake.
I've done the opposite. I've done it really big, so I'm changing it.
This is going to be really hard now. Any little proportion that's off is going to just stand out horribly. Oh, Jesus. Well, whatever. Anyways,
I don't know what I'm doing.
you were
I'm
speaking
farting.
highly of Foxtrot's people.
Yes,
and how nice everybody in Scotland is.
Foxtrot. I'm doing a heart at you. I fell in love with every single person that came to my store. I'm sorry. I love the Scottish accent. And everyone was so nice. Like even like people that like bumped into you on the street would like be so apologetic. They're like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry." And I was chatting to one guy, and I was like, and he was saying, "Oh, this is your first time in Scotland. What do you think of it?" I'm like, "Everyone's so nice." He said, "You know what's funny? So we've been voted friendliest city, Glasgow, apparently. But at the same time, we've also got the highest murder rate."
Really?
So he said to me, "Well, at least you know that you're probably going to get taken out before you get murdered."
I'll take it.
And you know what happened that night? Are you ready
You got
for this?
murdered?
So, yes, and I'm actually a ghost. That's why I can't operate electricity and actual technology without ruining everything. So that night, the Saturday night, Sunday morning, I'm laying in bed, fast asleep, 4 a.m., there is a crazy drunk man slamming on my door, asking me to let him in. So,
Oh, Jesus.
yeah, and I woke up terrified, not knowing what was going on, and was just like shouting, "Go away!" So that was my Sunday
Did you ever
morning.
find out what happened, or was he just like, did he just have the wrong room or
I
something?
guess he had the wrong room, because he said something like, I shouted, "Go away,"
Yeah.
and then he said something to the effect of, "Why is a woman answering?" So I guess he expected like a mate to be in the room, and he just had the wrong number. But he wouldn't go away. I kept saying, "You've got the wrong room, go away." And he was very, very drunk, and I was very, very scared for him.
It would have been funny if he was just like, "Why is a woman answering? Nice, bro. You're supposed to put a sock on the door. No."
Damn.
And then just hear him pass out and hear his head hit the door as it hits the ground.
Oh dear. But I then heard him stumble around the hotel for a little while, and then it quietened down. So hopefully he found his room, or someone found him. But
Or he found a place to take a nap
yes.
and have a really bad next day.
But everyone else that I
Oh,
met
God.
in Scotland was amazing.
I bet you anything, if you met that guy under normal circumstances, he'd just be like super nice and chill.
Yeah.
It's like, "Hey, how's it going? I'm glad you're having a really good time out here." I'm not going to try to do an accent, but you know.
The hilarious thing was that night I'd been invited out with a bunch of the artists for drinks, but I popped back to my room to get changed, and by the time I got back to my room, I was like, I am so tired, I'm just going to bed. And I then got back to the convention centre, and and everyone who had gone out for drinks was very hungover.
I know. Wow.
Yeah. I found that very funny, but
I
I had
have a feeling.
God,
Yeah.
I had an amazing time in Scotland, genuinely, and I added a few people on Facebook and chatted to a few of the artists and stuff, and everyone was so nice. And I actually had the best sales I've ever had. Not like physical sales, but frequency of sales, because unfortunately I couldn't bring as much stock as I would have liked because I took a plane over there, so there was a weight limit. But I sold out of every single book by lunchtime on the first day, that was amazing. To sell that many books in that short an amount of time was fantastic. And I had sold out of almost every print by the time I went home. So I left with a very light case. So thank you,
That's
Scotland, for your amazing support. And I heard from pretty much every artist that the Glasgow crowd gave them the same enthusiasm, and everyone who I spoke to had sold out of at least one object on their table. So
Man, that's amazing.
yeah, so thank you, Scotland, for being so incredibly nice to all of us artists and really supporting people. One of the biggest things I heard from people was that they were very happy to meet, like they were very excited to be able to actually meet the creators and to have work signed and stuff like that. So I'm glad that so many people had fun, and it sounds like every artist that I've spoken to who was at the show did very, very well. Some people have even said that they'd had even better sales than they have at London, which is amazing. So thank you, Scotland.
Scotland knows how to support their artists.
Yeah.
God, I'd love to go to Scotland one day.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
I would highly recommend it. Stay away from drunk people.
No, says
okay,
you.
that's not hard.
Where do you think I'm going first? Hanging on people's doors by the end of the night when I'm out there.
I had a really weird hotel. Oh my god, I've just realised how far off those ears are. Look at that. That's awful. Oh well. I had a really weird hotel. It was directly almost on Glasgow Central Station, and if I sat in my bed, I could feel the bedrock every time a train came through.
Nice.
And I was like, oh my god. It took a little while to get used to that. Oh my god, I've completely screwed this up. Oh well. This is what I get for not paying attention.
You're too damn happy. This is a sad activity.
I know. I'm actually like incredibly happy.
That's awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, I had so much fun. And if anyone is thinking of going to that convention, I'd highly recommend it. The travel, especially if you're coming up from London or if you're traveling overseas or anything, the travel is very hard. It's very expensive. And unfortunately, if I take away all of my expenses for the weekend, I do have a minor loss on the event, despite the fact that I basically sold out of everything. But I knew that was going to happen. I knew that before I left, because there was no way that I could bring enough stock on the plane. But the sales that I did make show extreme promise for that show. And I know that if I went again, I would be able to bring 2 tables worth, get them shipped there, so I could have them, and then I'd be able to do very well, because everyone was so awesome.
Oh my god.
That's fantastic. I'm really glad that everything went better than expected, other than the crazy drunk guy trying to break down your door.
That you left with the story. So
I did leave with the story.
Thank you, crazy drunk guy. That's a good story.
Did leave with a story.
Oh, this is not right. the fuck did I? His mouth is too
The
low.
best part of this podcast is being able for everyone to see how much all the artists actually like the effort and the struggle and the frustration and stress that goes into it. You know, like if you're on this podcast and you don't like flip off or swear at your drawing or painting at least once, then I'm like pretty impressed.
Yeah, no, half the time I'm by myself in my room and I'll be drawing something and I'll be like, why is this happening? I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And
I thought I was good at art. I thought I was good at art.
Oh my god. I actually I noticed something kind of
I
interesting.
hate it when I see something.
Yeah, you hate it when you see what was that? Oh.
We have a delay in here.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, so I actually noticed something interesting. There might be a few new people showing up for this podcast. I don't know if they'll watch it live, because obviously it is awkward time for us guys, but there were quite a few people very interested in the show, so if you guys are watching, welcome to the show. I hope you enjoy it. But I did notice something interesting at the show. This podcast has taught me how to speak to people.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I noticed that because naturally I'm a very shy person, and it doesn't really show on this podcast, but naturally I'm very introverted. And several years back, like 2011, when I started doing, selling at conventions, I would hide behind a box and not talk to anyone. And then I would have my mum there trying to sell my stuff for me, and I would not talk to a single soul. And I noticed that after doing this podcast for a while, I'm actually like, I've really improved on my speaking skills and stuff like that. So thank you for the podcast, I guess.
Sweet.
Just like a general thank you to the universe, I guess.
And on a really bad round on the podcast, you can even you'll even get practice talking to drunk people. So next time a guy's banging on your door, you'll be like, "What happened? I screwed up that painting," and then he just downed the wine really fast. What did I say to him that made him go away? You'll like be able to remember.
That one time where Mike showed up and tried to break down my door. Yeah.
Man, I'm tired. I want to sleep out by the ice machine.
Oh dear.
Ah!
You right?
Speaking of segues, Jen has quite some adventures coming up in her life right now.
Yeah?
Going to be in a new place, and new culture, new art, ideas, explorations.
Segues.
That's it. That's all I wanted to mention. I was going to say where. No, I'm just kidding.
Friday, I am flying from Charleston, South Carolina to Bangkok, Thailand.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to be there for a while, my husband and I, hopefully. And he's going to beat people up because he's going for Muay Thai fighting.
That's so badass.
And hopefully he doesn't get beat up too badly.
Oh, wow. So, is he professional, or?
We're actually he's going over there to learn, because he's been into it since he was a teenager, but he's never done it professionally. And so we're going over there. We're actually flying from Charleston to New Jersey to Shanghai to Bangkok, and then we have to get another ticket from Bangkok to, I'm sorry if I'm yelling, I have these sound blocking headphones on.
Oh, no, it sounds fine.
No, it sounds good.
Okay. And so we're flying from Bangkok to Chiang Mai, which is up in the mountains. Bangkok is closer to the beach. It's down south. And then from Chiang Mai, we're taking a bus to a village outside of it called Sen Kem Phang, and that's where our gym is. And yeah, it's going to be pretty cool because they have apartments there, and the cost of living is like dirt cheap, and food is dirt cheap, everything over there. Like we can get a 2-bedroom house for like, we found one that was like $150 a month, like US dollars. So translated to baht, it's different. But yeah, it's going to be It's going to be an adventure. I can't wait.
Oh, wow. Oh, I hope it goes well.
Yeah, I hope so too.
It's the first time out of the country, right?
Yeah, this is my
Oh,
first
really?
time ever leaving the United States, so wish me luck.
Oh, you're going far for your first time.
It's gonna blow your mind.
Yeah. What,
It's-
what timing of flight do you have?
It's actually pretty good. We managed to get a really good itinerary because we were going to take our dogs, but then we ran into... okay, let me start over. We were taking our 2 dogs. We have Boston Terriers. They're short-nosed breeds, so we had to wait until after September 15th to fly them because the airliner won't allow short-nosed breeds to fly until the weather cools off here. So we waited, and then we went to book their flight, only to find out, nobody else had told us this, to find out that they can't fly over 12 hours, and the flight just from New Jersey to Shanghai is like 15 plus hours. So they were like, yeah, they can't fly. And for the past 6 months, we've been prepping for this and like talked to people at the airport and talked to all kinds of people. We talked to the Thai embassy about bringing them. We talked to our vet, everybody. Nobody knew that we couldn't fly them for over 12 hours.
Oh, no.
So it's going to make it a lot easier for us, I guess, but it's still kind of a bummer because we're going to be there for a while, and they're like our babies, you know? Just my baby
Yeah.
boy.
Are they staying with friends? Or?
They're just staying back at home, right?
They're staying with my parent.
Okay. Trying to get all the measurements on this face right. I'm doing it a slightly different way from normal. I think I actually quite like it.
I think I'm liking how mine's starting, and I think he's going to be aged by maybe 20 years. He's going to look 20 years older.
Oh, no.
But that's all right, because I'm enjoying the process in this one. Going in with a much better start here.
Oh, good. I actually really like the way yours is looking.
It's all about the pre-mixed palette. I didn't have that last time.
That's really cool.
And it was all falling apart. Have a pre-mixed palette, boom. You put it all together real quick. You work with a limited number of colors, so it's a little easier to kind of plot things out.
That's very cool.
Yeah, mine looks like shit, but that's okay.
Oh,
That's what everyone thinks.
I can't
Except
see
me,
yours yet.
I never feel that way about my art.
No, never. I can't see yours yet. I feel like it's gonna evolve into the page. I found that I can't tell ages on men at all. I
Just older, younger, just in general?
I can tell if someone is like up to maybe about 20.
Yeah.
Anything above 20, it's all like the same age until you hit about 40, and then 40 up is all the same age to me. It's like
How old am I?
I have literally no idea how old you are.
Really? If you had to guess.
If I had to guess.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm jumping between 29 and 32.
Oh my god, I can't. No. Actually, I am exactly 32.
Oh, really?
I'm glad I fell in the range.
Nice.
I don't know exactly. I don't know what unexact, like what would be an inexact age.
Like 32 and a half?
Well, I am more than 32, so, you know, maybe. So I guess I'm out of the range. I went over.
You went over just slightly.
Yeah.
That means that I think you're younger.
This is like one of my favorite games.
Yeah.
Yeah, did you think I was 32?
How old do I look?
I would say...
I act like I'm 12, so...
Okay, if I had to guess ages, I should know Sarah's age. You've told me before.
Go on, guess my age.
I don't remember. 22?
So I guess 27.
Really? Oh my god.
27? Is that too high? I don't know.
That's very too high. Yeah, I'm 22.
Ah, I got it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know. Wow, and you've
Well,
got
you
all
owe someone an apology.
experience under your belt. I hate you.
I know, that's why everyone would always guess too high for Sarah's age, because she's already got, like, so much, like, It's like got the business going. You drew your first comic and published it when you were like 4.5 years old. Someone asked how much it was. You just held up a number of fingers and said this many.
This many. There's in Animal Crossing. There's a character that does that. It's like a little toddler, and its parents are like running a shop or something. And every time you speak to her, she's like, "You can buy my wares," and she's got like random shit that she's found on the beach, and you can buy it. And then she'll say, "I want this thing that you have," and she'll throw out a random number that she wants it for, and then you can try and sell her stuff and try and like scam her for money. It's amazing.
Nice.
Because you could be like, "Oh, I found this lobster on the beach, but it's actually worth so much money," and she'll be like, "All right, I'll give you like 1,000 for it." And you're like, "Brilliant, because I only found it for free."
Wait. What's Jen's age here? I have no idea. We have to guess this.
Okay, so you freaked out at me being 22, which gives us a clue.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm gonna.
She's 21. No,
Sailor Moon's a clue. I was a kid.
So you're probably pretty close to. Well, Sailor Moon. Was
I'm
that
gonna
after
say
my time a little.
Because of
The
Sailor
90s.
Moon, I'm
Big
gonna
in the
say
90s.
25.
I know. If she's pretty familiar in the 90s, it's older.
Yeah.
Because I was very much a 90s kid, and I'm 32. I'm gonna try. Maybe I can build some more context clues. What are your
now
thoughts?
you're being a bit Sherlock now.
I'm just gonna go through the decade. What are your thoughts and feelings towards Pearl Jam?
I hate Pearl Jam. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people like Pearl Jam, but seriously.
No, that's fine. I don't care about Pearl Jam.
Okay, whenever I hear it, all I hear is like the 90s cock rock where they just like, instead of saying...
Yeah, that voice.
Exactly.
Wait,
Yeah,
what
and,
did you just say?
now,
The 90s what?
There are a
I tried
few
to sing like
Savage
that.
Garden songs that I like. I do like a few Savage Garden,
Okay.
but not Pearl. No, I can't. No.
Okay, what
But
about... Did you watch the show
my
Freaks
favorite
and Geeks?
band when I was...
Okay, favorite band. Sorry, there's a delay here. You said your
it's
favorite
because,
band.
we keep cutting each other off and then getting confused.
It's kind of weird,
Yeah.
like, seeing... Well, for some reason, every once in a while, you guys get all echoey on me.
Oh no.
Really? Oh, no, not the echo of death. Oh, God.
Yeah, it's like... Almost like, sort of sounds... I don't know, like... auto-tune or something. I don't know.
Usually that would be my laptop, but that's kind of interesting. That's happening in this case. Okay, what would be like your favorite band when you were like 16 years old?
When I was 16, 311.
Yeah. Okay. So you are a little younger than me. So I'm going to say you are 27.
I am 26. Y'all were like right in between.
Oh, nice.
Close. Because when 311 was big, I was in like late junior high. And so by the time I was in high school, I was like very much still about like 9 Inch Nails, The Fragile came out, and like the Smashing Pumpkins. But then I was starting to switch over into electronic stuff, so I was getting all into like Aphex Twin and all that. I was transitioning into that way. And then late high school was when I started getting into Modest Mouse, but they didn't blow up till later in college.
My favorite CD when I was a freshman, and I thought it was so cool because as a freshman, my favorite CD was the Queen of the Damned soundtrack when I was 14, and I
Nice.
played it on repeat, and I still have all those songs memorized.
I believe the first CD that me and my brother ever got was a New Kids on the Block CD that came in a big cardboard locker when we were in 3rd grade or something.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I remember that was probably because it was I remember when CDs were coming out. The first music I bought. Here's how weird though. We went from buying. So we bought tapes before CDs, right?
Yeah.
And the first tapes I remember us buying, which is so different than the music we listened to, was Tool's Undertow on tape and Dinosaur Jr. Where You Been. And that is so different than New Kids on the Block and the Edward Scissorhands soundtrack, which we bought on CD. I don't know why these. I think what it was is we had the culture of like the radio and television influencing what we listened to, but then we were also really into skateboarding, so all our skate videos were like, no, idiot, this is the music you listen to. So then, fortunately, the skate videos won out, and then we learned what good music was. But there was a very strange overlap then. But yeah, shopping for tapes, cassettes. There's people out there probably in the chat. I mean, shit. Well, I mean, I would say, I mean, people still buy vinyl now, but
Yeah.
I
did you guys ever buy cassettes?
I
The
remember
first,
cassettes. A little bit.
The first cassette that I bought was from, I think it was Toys R Us, and it was Aqua. It was that one with
Oh, the Barbie girl?
on it, and like Dr. Jones and everything. That was the yeah. And I played that thing until like my mom wanted to break it. She hated it. I think I was like 8 or 9 years old.
Oh dear.
Sarah, you never bought a cassette, did you?
I never bought a cassette for myself, but I did listen to cassettes as a kid. But they were all story cassettes. So they were all like I don't know, like we had this thing in the UK called Tots TV, which was like a children's show. And I had a bunch of little cassettes of that came with like a little book that you could read. I also had The Little Mermaid as a cassette, and it came with a little art book that you like read through as the CD told the story. But I never actually bought a cassette. By the time I could buy stuff, they didn't exist anymore.
They were long gone. You know, cassettes are making a comeback now.
What?
Yeah, with the hipster age and everything.
Yeah. Lots of the labels I really like, they'll put out vinyl and then the digital and also cassettes. And the cassettes sell out. They sell out so fast. It's ridiculous. Yeah. And so the funny thing is I actually have a cassette player again because I know there's going to be some albums I want with tracks I want, but it's only going to be available on cassette, so I need to I have a USB charged cassette player. Yeah, who would have thought? Analog, I don't know, analog sticks around. People like analog no matter the format of it. Vinyl's going to be around for good, though. That's staying. But as it should, though.
I did have a bright yellow... Sorry.
You alright?
I did have one of those cliche bright yellow like Walkmans.
Yes! So the classic Sony yellow Walkman. Those are everywhere.
Yeah.
That was the jam. I remember those. I never had one of those. I just had the kind of gray ones or whatever.
Yeah, I can't remember who got it for me. It might have been my godfather, but I don't know if y'all ever saw Fern Gully, but in
Yes.
in Fern Gully, the main guy, oh God, what was his name? He had a Walkman, and it was the bright yellow one, and I was like, I need one of those.
I didn't know that Fern Gully had the classic Sony Walkman in it.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I saw that movie like once as a kid in theater, and then like I haven't seen it since. I don't remember it at all. I think Tim might know that movie really well. I'll demand him to talk about Fern Gully when he comes in to drop off his drawing later.
I have no idea what Fern Gully is. And
The Last Rainforest.
Walkman.
Yeah. It's about fairies and how they're trying to protect the rainforest, and like these loggers come in and chop everything down, and they're like, no, you're killing them, and they
Like one of the fairies falls in love with a logger, right?
Yeah. Well,
Pocahontas.
well, no, she like saves him. I don't even remember what she says to save him. Anyways, but she shrinks him down to fairy size, and she's fascinated by him because she's never seen a human before. And then the loggers like chop down this wicked-looking tree that turned out to have this spirit of this evil like creature inside of it that was locked away. It was called Hexus, and Hexus gets released whenever the loggers chop down the tree, and he's like going through and trying to destroy everything, and he like possesses the logger machine or whatever, and then the fairies have to go and stop him and save the rainforest and everything. So it's, you know, it was one of my favorite kid movies. So.
Aww.
We'll have a Ferngully movie night on the podcast.
It kind of reminds me of it's quite different, but it's got the same kind of themes. It reminds me of Princess Mononoke.
Oh yeah. Oh wait. Where is it? Are you like Hayao Miyazaki films?
Yeah, Princess Mononoke is my probably all-time favorite movie.
Mine is Spirited Away. I have to show you something that I found at a store the other day. Spirited Away, like hands down, is like my favorite Hayao Miyazaki film. But, and you've seen it, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I found this dress, and you'll know.
Oh, I can see little bits of it already. Oh, look at the little slits! Oh my god!
I know.
Oh,
I also found one other thing. Hang on. I know this is like, oh my god, girls and clothes and, you know, I rarely ever buy clothes, but where is it?
Acceptable. I've just come back from MCM, which is just filled with this stuff.
No, that's not it. Oh god, I think all of my clothes that I really wear are just like graphic anime shirts. Yeah, I know it's in here. But where?
Yeah, I have a set of grown-up clothes that I'll wear for like the podcast and stuff, and then I have my chilling out wearing just Zelda shirts and stuff.
I just have pajama pants with bear steins on them and bulldog slippers.
Of course.
I can't find it.
Aww. But what was it?
It was a picture of Sen and No Face, and
oh, nice.
on it is a tank top, and I know it's in here.
No Face walked into me over the weekend. I was at my stall, just like sorting some stuff out, and a No Face walked straight into me, which was rather amusing to me because it was just a guy in a massive cloak with a face on, like a mask, just like slammed straight into me, and he was like, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry."
Did he try to hand you a pot or a handful of gold?
No.
That would have been awesome.
He had a Chihiro with him, and she was just like, "Oh, I'm sorry."
I gotta go to a comic convention.
Seriously, come to one of the ones in the UK. It'd be amazing.
So gonna do it.
The only one I've ever been to is it's just here in the United States, I think, is MomoCon, and it was in Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah.
And I got my first tattoo when we went to MomoCon.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a Sailor Moon tattoo. Yeah. So bad. Super fan.
They have the Alternative Press Expo out here, and it used to be in San Francisco, but now it's in San Jose. And so me and Tim went online because we were like, "Oh, we'll go online." I was talking to Roger, like, we should all hit this up. Freaking sold out. Sold out. Like, what? Like, usually people are used to just, like, buying tickets there. Like, it doesn't sell out. Apparently it does now. I mean, that's good for people that want their conventions to sell out, but I was kind of bummed because I really wanted to go to that.
Speaking of conventions that sell out, it's New York Comic Con in about a week or two, so if anyone's going to that, I hope you have fun. I know a lot of the artists that were at MCM will be there, so you guys can check out some amazing artists if you end up going.
Be sweet.
My throat's giving out though. I've been standing and talking all weekend, and I am so dead now. I got back home. My flight was delayed, and I didn't get home till 2 a.m. last night. And I just walked. I had to walk up the stairs to get to my bed, and my legs were killing me because I spent the weekend in heels. And I was just like, oh, I feel.
Oh, you did the whole weekend in heels?
Yeah, they weren't like massive heels. They were like maybe a couple inches. And the thing is, I have short tendons in the back of my legs, so heels are actually quite comfortable for me. I don't really notice them. But what I failed to remember was that I wouldn't be drawing at this convention. Usually I'm drawing, and that means that I'm sat there for the entire time, and I don't have to run around like a nutter. So because I wasn't drawing, it meant that I was standing in heels for the whole weekend, which was a mistake.
Oh my god.
I ended up doing an interview for with the MCM guys, and they decided to come and interview me like right at the end of the show. And I was just standing there thinking, oh my god, my feet are killing me. I hope I don't look like I am in physical pain whilst on camera.
Oh no.
Yeah.
That's hard because then you're gonna like want to be not only focused but also not rush and thorough with your responses. But the whole time you're sitting there like, oh sweet Jesus,
I
don't know if I'm gonna make it. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. What if I start crying? You know, like.
Oh no. One time I was on the local news for our bead shop. One of my best friends owns a bead store, and she was doing this Girl Scouts charity event, and I was miserable. I had strep throat, and I had to be out there, and it was cold. It was January, and the news people came up when she went to go get something to eat. So I had to talk to them, and I had no makeup on. I was wearing this crappy hoodie. It was horrible, and I was just like, please, I just want to die. So
at least it will be on the air.
Yes.
I was hoping nobody that I knew would see it. So.
Remember when you used to be able to make a fool of yourself and you wouldn't have to worry about the whole world seeing it?
Yeah. No.
Man, those were the days. Woo! You just do something stupid and you'll be like, well, I can always change schools, you know? But now, no. Now the whole world will know.
I think I was the last generation that grew up without every single part of my life being on social media.
Yeah.
I see like my friends who have kids posting like the photos of their babies on Facebook, and I just think your entire life will be in the media. That's crazy.
Their entire life will be on the internet. It's weird.
That is
weird for me. It makes me feel like an old man. It all started with Star Wars Kid. Poor Star Wars Kid.
Oh my god, poor Star Wars Kid. I forgot that happened.
Oh no.
Oh, a piece of internet history.
Oh my god.
I'm having that moment in an image where it's like, am I doing the correct thing? Because I don't feel like I am.
I don't know. I'm starting to kind of like where mine's going a little bit. I don't know. Whatever.
That's good. That's because you were the reverse of us. Because we both said, oh, it's looking good at the beginning. You were like, oh no. So now you've reversed. Really good. And now I'm like,
Yeah, I'm like in an unsure spot now. I'm like trying to paint a scarf texture, and I'm realizing how long it's going to take to do that, and it's kind of freaking me out a little bit.
I do really like yours. I really like the colours that you've got in the face there.
Oh yeah, that looks really cool.
It's kind of a base layer. Oh, I'm rushing. Oh, God. You can't really rush a texture and make it look good. Like, if it's a patterned kind of texture, you have to just frickin' just get through it. Just grit your teeth and just paint the stupid thing forever. It's the only way it will look good. And it takes forever. Oh.
Or you could work digitally and then you could just, like, copy and paste.
God damn you. What the hell? You digital with all your tools.
I actually did that with was it the Snow Girl podcast. Was that last week? I think so. Yeah, the girl that we all did with the snow and the red and blue hat and the blonde
that was
wavy hair.
That was last week. Yeah.
Yeah, last week's. I actually here. I'll show you what it looks like. Because I went through. Because after going through with the gouache and the watercolors, I like made her look like she was 90 years old. So I went through on my tablet. I have a Wacom pen and touch, and I softened up the features, but I don't know if you can see it very well. But this is what it looks like without like the Wacom. She looks like she's 100 years old, but see there you can see
I can
like
see
that
just there,
a little bit better. But when but she looks way too old. So I went through on my why did I do that? With the tablet, and I fixed it. I think a little bit. I don't know. Whatever.
Nice.
Fix it up digital.
Combining traditional and digital to create the ultimate image.
That's like a hard. Because people ask me like, do you ever like correct stuff digital or do that and mix it? And I never do. I'm always scared that like the person will like it and want to buy the original. Then I'll have to be like, okay, listen. So the original looks a little different, like. So I always kind of just like I'll do it if I'm going to make like a series of prints. I can mix media up. I don't care, because if the end result is just like a print and that's what the final form's supposed to look like, I'm pretty comfortable with it. But if if it's going to be kind of still just a single image implied, I get all like scared.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like
I'm so incredibly tired right now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I could just pass out.
Well, you did have kind of a long weekend.
That's what coffee's for.
Didn't drink coffee.
I don't drink coffee. People at the convention were telling me that they lived off coffee for the weekend. I'm like, I don't drink it.
I didn't start drinking it until I was probably 24, so I understand.
I have the time, okay.
Yeah.
Shrinify says, I had that happen to me, Mike. I edited a watercolor to the point where it was basically a new piece. Friend asked to buy it, and I was like, the original is so shit.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm always like, it's that thing. I don't know, something about just working on it in the, what I need to do is I need to pull out a square edge brush. That's what needs to happen right now. That will solve all my problems. How about this one? Yes.
I've made this person look like Dracula.
That's not a bad thing.
Kind of cool. Yeah.
Everybody daydreams a little bit about being Dracula.
I used to have vampire teeth.
Totally cool.
You used to have what?
No way.
Vampire teeth. Yeah, I did. I had so it wasn't actually quite the correct teeth. So the two front ones on your top teeth, the ones just to the side of them, they stuck outwards, which meant if I had my mouth closed and smiled, they poked out, which meant I looked like a vampire.
Oh.
I also have pointed ears, naturally pointed ears. So
that's cool.
I used to walk around as like a little kid. This was when I was like 10 or something, with my hair pulled back, with my little vampire teeth out, and I was convinced I was a vampire.
Let me guess. School must have been super easy for you.
Yeah.
You see, what people don't realize about me is I was actually bald by 2nd grade, so that was pretty rough. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, no.
It's not.
I had buck teeth, like really bad, so bad that I couldn't close my mouth.
Oh no.
And I could take my 3 fingers stacked and close my mouth and fit them between my overbite.
Oh
These
no.
wow.
fingers. It was so bad. Oh yeah, I got teased so awfully, and I had braces for 5 years,
Oh
and
god. One of
I still have an overbite.
one of my like family friends is about to go through that, having they know that they're gonna have braces for just years and years and years, and it's like, oh god.
That would be.
Sucked.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
had braces from age 18, and then I got them off 2 years later, and it was just like, why? I can't imagine having to have them for like 5 years. Holy shit.
I got them when I was 10 because it was like the bullying was so bad, and I got them when I was 10, and I got them off when I was 15.
Oh my
Wow.
gosh, that's like your entire childhood.
And yeah, it sucked. And I had everything. I had headgear, like the stuff that they strap to the
Oh,
back of your
no.
head. I had
Wow.
4 teeth pulled. I had this thing called an appliance, which are these metal bars that have tubes, and the bars slide in and out of the tubes when you talk or open your mouth. I had like this thing on the roof of my mouth that I had to turn with a key. I had a retainer. I had rubber bands. It was horrible.
Oh my god.
It
You
was-
got the full. You had the full run.
That is
Well,
awful.
Did they give you a
They
punch card?
said they told my mom. They said that I could have had my jaw broken, but my mom wouldn't allow them to do that. But if they had broken my jaw, I would have only had braces for like 2 years. But I would have had my mouth wired shut for like 6 months.
Wow.
But anyways, I ended up breaking my jaw a couple years ago anyway, so I had my mouth wired shut for like 2 months. So that
Oh
was
crap!
fun.
How'd you break your jaw?
I had just got my wisdom teeth out, and
Oh.
our old house had tile floors, and I fell out of bed.
Oh
And
god.
when I hit the floor, it broke from the extraction point all the way down. Like, you could see it was bad. And, yeah, I shouldn't have had Percocet before going to bed. But I just had my wisdom teeth taken out, so.
Oh my god. I gotta
They
get
said
wisdom
if I
teeth pulled
hadn't-
eventually. Shit.
Yeah, they sucked. But they said if I hadn't had my teeth pulled, that it probably wouldn't have broken. So.
Huh. Oh god.
What about you guys? Ever broken any bones? Like,
Fractured an elbow. Falling out of the treehouse. Well, technically I wasn't even in the treehouse. I was on the ladder on the tree trunk to the treehouse. And I was waiting for my friend, and then suddenly I was on the ground. I was kind of doing that thing like, you know, you stand facing towards a ladder, you can also turn and stand facing away. You're not
Yeah.
supposed to. It's not a good idea.
Everyone
I
does
learned.
it though.
Yeah, and I learned that the fun childhood way. And so yeah, fell out of the tree. Like, I was just like walking around. Did I tell the story how I was just like walking around with him in his house?
Yeah.
And his like family didn't really understand. Like I'm just kind of half crying, holding my arm. And as I got older, I realized I think it's kind of a dysfunctional family. Because they just didn't seem to like have an awareness that this kid's friend was like crying the whole day, holding his arm. But I was like also too embarrassed to like tell them I had to go home or I was injured. Like, oh, we'll be fine, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I fell on a 2x4. There was like a pile of wood at the base of the tree, and I fell on that on my arm. So, whoops. How about wait, Sarah, you've injured yourself walking and drawing. I would imagine at some point probably slapping your cat high five, you probably injured something then.
Yeah, I'm kind of made of paper.
But
I did break all the bones in the backs of my feet, apparently. And I wasn't allowed
God.
to jump for like my entire childhood.
how?
I know I'm not supposed to laugh at it, but I broke all the bones in the back of my feet, and I wasn't allowed to jump my entire childhood. That is awesome.
I don't even know. Like, you asked me how I do that.
What kind of vampire can't jump?
You asked me how I do it, how I did it, and the answer is I genuinely have no idea how that happened.
What?
I don't know. I don't know what caused it. It was just, they said that the cartilage is growing. They've seen it happen to people before, but the cartilage at that age was growing and hadn't formed into like proper bones yet. And at some point, I had injured it, and it had just destroyed it, I guess. I don't know. So for about a year or two, or like 2-3 years or something, I wasn't allowed to jump. And this was at the same time as I was doing horse riding. So for that entire time, I was only able to be lifted onto the horse. I wasn't allowed to get onto the horse myself. But yeah, I don't know. It was weird.
Oh boy.
Wait, where is it? Yeah, Schminify says, never broken a bone in my life either, but I cracked my skull open when I was 4 years old. A kid pushed me against a sharp edge on the pavement and had to get stitches. Oh god.
Ooh. I've hit my head a lot. Well, not a lot. I remember 2 instances. Well, yeah, that puts a lot in perspective, the whole left-handed thing and all that. But colorblind, right,
left-handed,
forget things all the time. You know how many people I offend because I just forget shit all the time?
What,
The
really?
number of people that have said, Mike, I've told you this so many times, and I'm just like, really? You know, I just forget everything. I can't remember names. That's an obvious one, but just people will tell me things, and they're like important facts, like things that are way too embarrassing to ask later, and I will just be totally spaced out. It's bad. But yeah, one time I was ice skating. It was like a kid's I think it was fourth grade birthday party, and I slipped, and some kid did that thing where you skid into someone and the ice shavings go on you. And I'm like, I'm going to get them back. So I go to do the same thing to them, and I grab some ice shavings. I'm skating at them, and I just, slip out and fall, back head first right into the ice. And it was just kind of that sea stars. And I just remember, kind of skating off to the side for a minute and then just, sitting on the bleachers at the ice skating rink for a while. And then eventually went away. It was fine. I also fell out of a golf cart and got a concussion when I was a kid. My brother said something funny, and I was laughing, and he was driving, and he took a sharp turn, and I don't remember here's the thing, all right? I rolled out of it, right? I rolled out and hit my head, and I'm crying. I have this faint memory of my parents finishing the game. I remember, I have a very faint memory of me crying in the golf cart and watching my dad tee off, which means even if we're on the last hole, I still waited out at least a par 4. With a concussion. No. They claim there's no way they would have waited and we would have left. But I think maybe circumstantially, maybe they didn't know I hit my head, or I just seem to have this faint memory of crying but also watching my dad tee off on holes. So I don't know yet. The jury's still out. They claim there's no way in hell that would be the case, and that's probably true, but it's way funnier if I think that they're kind of we got 1 hole left. But I'm in a pretty good game. I don't want to mess up my average, But yeah, and then I went home and threw up. So, joke's on them. Hope you enjoyed that soup pot that I ruined. Anyway.
What soup pot?
Well, I just started barfing. I think the nearest thing that was by me was just a pot, instead of a bucket or a garbage. So I seem to remember barfing into that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that took care of it. I was pretty good at hitting my head on things. What's the hardest you've ever hit your head?
I ran. Oh, sorry. What was that?
No, I'm sorry. I was yelling at talking to myself because I couldn't line in a recorded spot.
I ran face first into a lamppost as a kid.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Everyone found that hilarious. That I did not. It's very funny now.
I'm sorry.
It is very funny now, but it did hurt. Yeah, I was on a school trip. This was year 6, so I guess that makes me 10 years old. I was good at injuring myself at 10 years old. And we were on our way home back to the school, and I was running full pelt, and my best
Full
friend.
what?
Full pelt?
Yeah.
Like full speed?
Full
Full
speed.
pelt.
British.
Oh, do you not say that out there?
Full pelt.
Yeah. Is that not a thing?
Whoa. I like it. I can't use it because like people will be like, where do you think you're from, Mike? But I like it.
Okay.
What a great phrase. That's a good phrase. Full pelt.
I'm glad you like my Britishism.
I do.
Britishism.
I enjoy that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
pelt.
so I was running full pelt as fast as I could go. And my best friend at the time calls out my name, and I turn around to see what he's trying to say. Turns out he was trying to warn me of the impending lamppost, and I smacked full speed into that thing, dead center between my eyes, and screamed my head off. And then my mum saw me and started laughing, and then came over and gave me a hug.
Oh. There's always the role as a parent where you have to, like, usually the rule is you have to check to kind of see if they're okay first, and then you can determine if you laugh.
Yeah.
But if you do laugh immediately, sometimes the kids will start laughing too, so you always got to test that out too. It's like, if I laugh, it will hurt less.
That's a good idea.
Because they'll laugh too. Like a kid falls over and goes, oh my god, are you okay? And then they'll be like, bah. But if you start laughing, then they'll laugh and they'll think it's funny because they're emulating you. And they're just like, ah, ha, ha, my arm's not supposed to bend that way. And then...
I can imagine that.
Foxtrot says, got concussed on a water slide on holiday in Greece, lost my
Whoops.
memory and was hospitalized for 3 days. Apparently started crying when I couldn't work out whose kid my daughter was.
Oh my
Shit
God.
holiday, still can't remember any of it. Oh my god, that's
Wait, so
horrifying.
what happened? How did you just like take a sharp turn and flip over and hit your head, or like maybe fall out of a tube and hit your head, or were you trying to stand? Did you try to stand and slide on your feet a little bit? Because come on, man, that's dangerous.
That is horrifying. Oh
But
my
it's
God.
so tempting. You just
That
have
is
to try
really
it
bad.
every time. That'd be terrifying to like not remember your kids, or just like to lose that much memory would be so scary and confusing.
Oh god, yeah. I'm glad you're okay now, Foxtrot.
Yeah,
Yeah, if that's your real
definitely.
name.
If that's your real name, god damn it. Oh, God.
I'm not Foxtrot at all.
My measurements on this are actually horrendous. I need to figure out how to fix it now that I'm this far in. I think normally I would just completely
It's okay, my dude looks like a friggin' cyborg.
I have a feeling I'm going to have a portrait of a dude that I think is okay that's going to be ruined by a poorly painted scarf.
I really
That-
like yours.
That's my prediction right now, is that the scarf is going to be the thing that's ruined everything. Yeah, everything really came together on this one, which so far,
Yeah.
Jinx, which feels nice. I don't know. It's
Yeah.
easy to think that it looks like the portions are all good now, but who knows what will happen. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna paint in the background because the black's kind of starting to distract me.
Every now and then my eyes just fade out and I feel like I'm going to fall asleep, and I think that's why this is so awful. Oh,
Well, you are probably on a half-hour
No.
sleep after a couple days,
yeah. Yeah.
I don't know
I'm
what to do,
so
man.
being woken by drunken men banging on your hotel room.
Not needed. That was the day where I was supposed to get extra sleep as well.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
What a little butt face.
I would have been tempted to, just as a dude, just to let him in. Like, what would he do? Like, kind of curious.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Well, it's different, you know. Obviously, circumstantially, that'd be different in your situation. But just as an idiot like me, he'd just go in the room and be like, "You're not Steve," or whatever, and I'd be like, "No." Then he'd be like, "No, you watching the game, whatever the game would be," and I would say no. Then he'd go, "Oh," and then he'd walk out. That'd be it. I'm gonna do it.
Thrilling.
That happens to me, I'm gonna open the door, and then I'm gonna invite them on the podcast.
I'm alright, thank you. Oh, I'm gonna stare at this picture until it works.
You stare at it until all the issues in it resolve themselves.
Yeah.
It's a good strategy.
There's so many lines. I don't know what the fuck this. Sorry. What the heck?
You can swear on here.
Yeah, swearing is allowed on here. That's fine.
Yeah, I warned him that I have a potty mouth. It's really bad. I've actually been pretty good. I've been trying really hard not to swear as much. Like I catch myself because in Thailand they don't really they're kind of conservative. They don't really like when people swear.
Yeah.
So,
But you'll be swearing in English. Right?
yeah, but most people over there speak English where we're going.
Yeah, I know, but it's not different, you know? If Sarah says bloody on the podcast, that's like, who cares? That doesn't mean anything out here, right? But that's pretty intense out there. Or is it still intense?
Yeah, I remember seeing like a Harry Potter or something.
What?
What? I interrupted, I'm sorry.
A Harry Potter something?
No, is bloody like a strong cuss word out there?
No.
No?
It's like
I don't
saying
know.
the.
It's like saying what?
The.
The.
It's just a describing word. It's just a word that goes before other words. It's not even a thing.
God damn it. See, I had a feeling it wasn't. I can't remember what teacher it was. I think I was in Utah, so she's probably like, super Mormon and just trying to play it safe anyways.
No, we just go, bloody hell, mate. That's what we say all the time. That's just like hello to us.
What's the worst curse word in your country?
Probably the C word.
Yeah, that's probably it out here too.
Unless if you're a rugby player, in which case it's the only word you know.
In Australia, they love that word. Like, they have no issues whatsoever with calling everybody see you next Tuesday.
Yeah, everyone just... Well, we can say cunt on here if we're using it as a, the descriptor. It's a powerfully intense word. But yeah, it's...
I'll say it occasionally for comedic effect, but
yeah.
I don't know. I've been trained not to say it, I guess.
My mom will sometimes say it for comedic effect.
My mom, like, if she hears it, like, her face, she has, like, a mild seizure and, like, flips her shit. It's kind of funny to watch because she hates that word so much.
See, my mom will be like, "Hey, Michael, you got to fix my computer," and she'll say that just to make me like do a double take and then laugh. What I'm trying to say is our moms would probably never meet.
Yeah. My mom has no issue with saying fuck, but the C word is like...
Oh, my mom's always telling me off.
What is wrong with his face?
I think the only way you can say something more offensive is if you say something racist and mean it. Like, I think that's the only way you can kind of outdo that word out here. Is you have to be like it has to be like genuine racism, and then that's worse.
I'm trying to flick around the image to see where the colours are kind of sitting on the palette, because I really don't like the colours that I used before. I think it's because I'm using them in the wrong location. If you look at the little square, if anyone's watching my screen, you can see how the little dots jumping about, and I need to be using stuff in the correct value range. I think that's what I'm missing. I'm missing the value range.
I think I made his ear way too small. No, I didn't.
Brush.
That's good.
Has this rogue bristle that's driving me crazy. I have tweezers. Where's my tweezers?
Tweezers.
I have tweezers exactly for this because I don't ever use them for anything else, and I have no idea where they are. Shit.
Schmoonify says, my boyfriend taught me cunt nugget. Welcome to the UK.
Cunt nugget.
Yeah, we say that.
You guys like cunt nugget, right? You guys get that in like a value menu at your local fast
Yeah,
food
if
place?
you go to McDonald's, you'll find that.
You get a pack of 6 cunt nuggets.
Oh my god, I'm so happy with that. I'm so glad that that's an actual thing and it's not just something my mates say.
There we go.
I tried to come up with as many like colourful things to say instead.
Mhm.
I think the most common one that I'll say is butt face, but I like to try and come up with random stuff. And
What am I? No, go ahead. Sorry.
oh no, yeah, like I just try and make my friends laugh. That's all. What were you saying?
I'm really bad. I said I'm really bad whenever I'm driving. I
Oh,
turn
yes.
into like Satan. Like one of my favorite ones is dickweed.
Yes,
Like fucking dickweed and
Dickweed's classic.
I like douche nozzle. That's one of my favorites.
it's so bad.
I'm really proud at like if I call someone stupid. I really worked on my pronunciation of stupid to make it effective. You have to say it like there's 2 S's and then it just changes the whole word. If you do it as there's 2 S's and then kind of like 2 O's, but the second O is like a little less pronounced, that's the proper way to say it. Really effective.
Thank you for that.
recommend it. Yeah, use it wisely. You'll see.
Stupid.
So it's just like stupid. Like
A
that
lot of
shit's
people
stupid.
around here, I don't know if you guys know what talking geechee is.
No, what's that?
Well, here in the South, it's mostly black people that do it, and it's called talking geechee, and my mom can do it really well, but here it's gonna sound really bad because I'm not very good at it, but basically you'll hear a black girl, she's talking like this, all geechee, girl, like, that kind of cliche kind of thing. What's one thing? I heard this one black girl came out of the restrooms in a gas station, and she comes into the room, and she starts rubbing her belly, and she goes, "I hungry."
And
I swear to God.
Geechee. I've never heard that.
No.
I'm Urban Dictionary in it.
I wonder if that's a local thing. There's a few little phrases there I recognise, but the general thing, no, I don't have heard that. I was watching an anime last night called Toradora, and the mum in it tries to be very down with the kids, and there's this moment in the anime last night that I saw where she kind of learns this like for shizzle type thing, and she's trying to do it, and every single character in the anime is like, please shut up. I feel like every parent does that at some point.
I can't even find it on the internet.
Geechee?
Weird. Yeah.
It's, here, I'll type it in there. Like Geechee. They talk Geechee. I think that's how you spell it. And it's like... No,
Okay.
it's 2 E's at the end. It's spelled like this. Geechee. And it's kind of funny. I mean... Why did I do this?
I apologise, I'm chatting to Schmoonify in the chat about my local place, because he knows people here. And I'm like, oh my gosh.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, where are these colours at? Find the colours. The colours are full.
See, it's here. It's saying in Urban Dictionary, Geechee is another term for the Gula people who live in the Low Country region of South Carolina and Georgia, including both the coastal plain and the sea islands. They're black African Americans. Origin the word suggests, or the origin of the word. A few have suggested sources after the Ogeechee River near Savannah, Georgia. Possibly.
Yeah, Savannah is 2 hours from here, and the Low Country is Charleston. So that's where I am, right?
Wait a minute. Am I not even supposed to be saying this word? Am I going to end up like is our podcast
No.
a blog and I'm going to have to be like talking with it,
No, not at all. I mean, I had a girl. I went to Sumter, South Carolina, which is like in the middle of the state, and I had a girl talk to me about it, and she was like, "Yeah, they talk Geechee down there, right?" And she's like, she was an African-American girl, and she had like a southern drawl. But I was like, when I first heard it, I was a teenager, I think, and I was like, I don't know what Geechee is. But then I learned, and I mean, it's just like
how they. I've never heard that phrase before. It seems like it'd be a phrase that you hear more. I never even heard of it. Hasn't made it out west yet. I can be the first. I'm gonna bring Geechee to the Bay, to the Yay area, and I'm gonna mix it with hyphy, right? And then it's gonna make something new.
A lot of people, because I've Charleston my whole life, a lot of people think that I am from like California because I don't have like a southern accent. Like most people around here have like that traditional southern twang. Like they start talking to you like this.
Oh yeah.
My name's Jan. Yeah, that I can do it perfectly because I mean I've grown up around it, but or they'll get that classic Southern belle talk to you. Hey, honey. Yeah, like that. Oh God, it puts my teeth on edge when people start talking like that.
Does your family have a Southern accent or anything?
My Aunt Debbie does the Southern belle thing, but it's so fake. Like, and my mom doesn't. My dad does it a little bit, not like a whole lot. If I get really tired, sometimes I'll start saying things. And I had a one word that I would say when I was a kid that I'd get made fun of for saying was again. I couldn't say it like I say it now. I couldn't say again. I said again. And
again.
I couldn't figure out.
Again.
It was again. It was so bad. And I would get made fun of for it every time I would say it. So I like trained myself how to say again, so I wouldn't get picked on.
Foxtrot says that accent is hot.
This is Southern Belle.
Yeah.
He's down.
Oh really?
Well, yeah. And then I'm sitting here like the Scottish accent is hot, so we can all appreciate each other.
Hey, no one's loving the California vibe. My Northern California, hella sick NorCal accent here. No one says NorCal, but you know.
I've always been really good at imitating accents, so it's kind of like a little.
What's your favorite accent to?
I think one of the hardest ones to get right, for me, and I really like it, is Australian.
Mm.
Like I can't. It's something I've like practiced, but I'm not really good at it. And sometimes I start talking randomly in different accents. Like I don't know. Like the voices in my head are like, speak like this, Jen. and every time, it's like a complex with me. Every time I pick up a knife, I go, now that's a knife. It's so bad.
This is a knife. Now, I don't. All my friends can do accents except me. You know who's good at accents? Tim. He's incredible at them. Tim.
Who's Tim?
Tim podcast Tim. Drawings Tim.
Tim who lives in
Tim who lives with me,
in
Tim.
your cupboard.
He lives in my cupboard.
Oh yeah.
That's exactly. Oh boy, there's a new story arc right there. Tim lives in the cupboard.
Schmoonify says, Jen, can you do a British accent? So I assume by British you mean English.
Yeah.
No, it means Welsh accent.
Oh my god, the pressure. I can, but now I'm like. I
Go
can't
on, give
perform
it a
under
go.
You're on the spot.
You want me to give it a go?
Oh, no.
Nice to meet you. I don't know what.
No,
I can get
you
really
did-
cockneyed with it, and I can start talking like I'm from the country. Nice to meet you.
No.
I can't do Irish. I cannot do Irish accents. Oh god, that's so bad. What am I doing?
And now it's on the podcast forever. It's so much harder on the spot. Like if you're not just like playing around with friends and joking around, it's like that's one thing. But once you're on the spot, it's like damn, it's so fucking hard.
I
can't
want to
do it
just
at all.
read out a little story that I found very funny from the chat. Okay, very short,
Yes.
very amazing. So this is from Animaniac, and they've said, I just had a bug crawl out of my ink and proceed to spread ink all over my page.
Oh my god.
I think that's amazing.
Animaniac. Hey, did you guys watch Animaniacs?
Oh, when I was very young,
Yeah.
I vaguely remember it.
Show's
More of my
amazing.
friends watched it, but Shmoonify says yes. Oh my god, giving me life right now. The accent.
Oh god.
It's like the classic one. Because a few of the guys in Scotland were trying to get me to say things because they were like, "Oh my god, you've got an English accent." So I was like randomly saying things, and they were talking about how if they talk to some of their English friends won't know what they're saying to them because they speak so fast and whatever. And they were they were then saying that they have to try and put on like a proper London accent. They were saying, can I do like a proper English accent? And I was like, well, I just have to talk like Lara Croft and then everyone will understand what I'm saying. It was like, oh
Wow.
I
My husband
find
can do
oh yeah, well,
all of the South Park characters like
oh my
perfectly.
god.
It's really funny. He's really good at Butters, and I actually named my cat after Butters because he's my favorite character.
No.
Well, Butters always gets it the worst in that show too.
Oh, Butters, you're grounded.
I can't remember. I have to hear his voice power to try to imitate it. Butters was the character when they're really good in South Park at introducing a character, and then you think, well, I'll never see this character again. And then you do see that character all the time, and then they become a big part of the show.
Yeah.
Like, I remember they introduced Timmy, you know, the kid in the wheelchair, and I remember thinking, like, well, this is just going to be this episode. Nope. Timmy's just, like, part of the show. There's episodes with him, and then they introduce Jimmy. It's like I've just never seen a show introduce a character that would be so incredibly hard to, like, write for and keep, and then they just make it work. Like, they just make them part of the show. And it was controversial when they had the Timmy characters and everything coming out, too, because they were, you know, the whole thing was, that's what the whole episode he's introduced. Like, he's in a band, and everyone's like, oh, are you making fun of him, or this or that? And they're just like, no, we're making fun of his differences just like we do with everybody. And sure enough, they treat him like a normal character in a show, and he's there, you know. Kind of, they're really good about that with that show.
I love South Park.
South Park's amazing. That's one of those shows also that a lot of people will go like, that's not really my kind of show, but they only saw like the first few seasons. They didn't see like what that show became because it just grew to so much more.
Yeah.
Screwing this up.
Okay.
Yeah. Still screwing this up. That should probably go like that, not like there. Ah, shit. Gotta be careful with oils. Damn it.
Oh no, what have you done?
I just have like there's a compositional
I love
issue.
Rick and Morty.
Like the what?
Animaniac said he was doing impersonations of Can't do any accent. I've just been entertaining myself by doing an impersonation of Rick from Rick and Morty at random times throughout the day. That's funny. I love that
Still need to
show.
see that show. I haven't watched that yet.
I think
No, neither have
it's
I.
on Netflix.
Oh,
I think the first season. No, it's on Hulu. It's on Hulu. Sorry.
what channel was that show on originally? Like, what's their...
I don't know. There was a lot of love for it at MCM actually. There were quite a few cosplayers for it, so it's getting a lot of attention.
Is that kind of like the new Adventure Time?
Yeah, it's definitely that
And-
crowd that likes it. And they're all dressing up as like the like gem characters.
Gem? Like the 80s cartoon Gem?
No. Although
Oh.
Gem is coming back.
Yes. The show had the most amazing intro ever.
No, there's these characters in it like Peridot and stuff like that, like actual gems that they're based off of. I don't actually know much about it, but yeah, Kenneth Hung says Adult Swim was what it was originally on.
Oh, I didn't know it was an Adult Swim show.
But apparently it is very good. It's getting a lot of love. And a
Yeah.
lot of my friends in the comic industry have been saying to me that it's a great show if you want to get ideas for anything like comics, animation, stuff like that, because the way it demonstrates the characters is very interesting, and it's very good at storytelling. So if anyone's interested in that, apparently it's very good at teaching you those kinds of things. Animaniac says it's on Adult Swim, aka Cartoon Network, at night. All the episodes are on their website.
I don't know. I fell out of the loop with a lot of Adult Swim stuff. I remember, like, that all started with, like, the Aqua Teen Hunger Force and all that back in the day. It's kind of Space Ghost was kind of the show that made that whole audience.
Oh,
Happen.
Miguel says Steven Universe, so I might have gotten Steven Universe mixed up with the other one. So I apologise if I did. But those two have been getting a lot of love at MCM. Both of them have had like a sudden surge in cosplayers. Yes, so Steven Universe was done by one of the people who worked on Adventure Time, which is why I'm getting it confused.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I just got.
I love that we have a live chat that can correct everything that I say that's wrong.
Well, that's what the live chat's best at. We go to them with our questions.
Makes me happy.
Adult Swim started right around the very first time I smoked weed. It was really good timing. Because it was just like, I haven't seen Cowboy Bebop and Aqua Teen Hunger Force before. I haven't smoked weed before. Boom! Stars align. Couldn't have been timed any better.
Oh dear.
Only downside is you watch Cowboy Bebop high and you're like, yes! And then you watch it sober and you're like, it's good. And then everyone gets mad at you and you don't like it as much as you should. I owned all of it and I was really into it, and then I kind of, then I gave it away to a friend who liked it more.
If you like Community, Kenneth says Dan Harmon from Community is one of the creators of Rick and Morty.
Oh, wow, okay. Jesus, how did I fall out of the loop on that one?
Oh, goodness. I don't know what's going on here. This scarf is. I hate it.
I know, the scarf is the thing. Like, I'm painting it right now, and I know I'm just going to have to do this, like, knit texture, and it's going to take fucking ever. But, if you do it, it's one of those things where if you, like, follow through and really commit, it will look awesome. But if you try to, like, get lazy with it, it will just ruin the whole painting.
I know, and I'm like, the proportions of it are all fucked up.
Seriously, one of my
Keep
favorite parts of the
hesitating.
podcast is just hearing people's, like, meeting people for the first time, doing a show, and then just getting to hear the stress. It's just so fun.
I'm glad my discomfort gives you pleasure.
I do what I can, you know. I find joy in other people's misfortunes. It's just how I get by. I'm just like, oh, good. It's rough for them too.
I don't know, I think I'm gonna fix it. We'll see.
Damn it. No, I'm just kidding.
think I'm starting to feel better about mine as well. It's starting to take shape a bit better. That flicking around the image, checking the colours really helped.
Oh yeah.
I knew this one would be a good pick for oil paint. Glad I forced everybody into it. Glad I twisted everyone's arms.
Oh, my shoulders.
Oh man, I had some other topics written down for the show. Particularly one. There's an art school out here called the Academy of Arts University, and it's like one of those schools where they just kind of let everyone in, and then they charge a lot of money, and then the school makes a lot of money, and then the students leave in debt, and they kind of like, oh, a lot of our students end up working for Pixar and LucasArts and blah blah blah, and it's pretty much like a diploma factory, And the thing is, it's amazing because to some articles, more and more things have been coming out about it, and there was an article in Forbes recently about that was pretty great because it followed the family. The family that owns the school is worth about $800 million now with that institution, because pretty much what the school does is it lets everyone in, charges a shitload for tuition, so those students take out a bunch of loans, and then they just buy like shitloads of real estate and fancy cars and like collectible things. Like they're probably one of the largest real estate companies, like owners in San Francisco, because their school owns so many buildings and like really big, nice, expensive buildings. So they pretty much like use the school as like a front to, for their real estate investments. And I'm really curious in my time out here if I'm going to watch that school like collapse, because it's becoming more exposed what's going on, but there's the tuition rates dropping and it's all dropping out. And it's like, please, for however long I live in the Bay Area, please let me witness that school just crumble. It'd be amazing.
Oh, wow.
I wonder if they're going to get mad at me for slander. But yeah, it's a pretty shocking. Like, I don't know. It becomes pretty clear when you research it, like what their kind of aim and intent is, and I don't know. I kind of wonder what happened after they wrote that article about them, and because it was pretty damning, And a lot of people knew it, but it's another thing when you kind of have like the more kind of official sources cover it. I don't know. I hope that school just goes all to shit. That place is fucking just ripping off students all left and right, not helping anybody. And their graduation rate, especially for like the online classes, is super low, and it's just like, it's I don't know. They are just putting so many artists in debt. It's ridiculous.
I think the general rule is if you don't have to fight to get in, don't go.
Yeah. It's a good tip. I'd also say at this point, if you're going to art school, don't take out loans for art school. Like, that's what I would say. I would say don't take out loans for art school, because
how are you supposed to do it? They're like $30,000 a year in America.
Well, yeah, if you go to like a top school, but you could go to a state school. You don't have to like. Because everyone's always just like, every school's like $30,000 a semester. It's like, well, you didn't have to go to like, you could go to like a school in, you go to like University of New Mexico or something. Like, you can get a decent art education. I mean, I know it's not as cheap as it was even when I was in school, but lots of times when people talk about the cost of school, it's interesting to see what schools they're talking about, because I would say that, I don't know. With a degree that is more applicable to a job market, take out a loan. But if you're pursuing art, it'd be I think it's really hard to recommend someone to take out a loan for an art degree. And what would that mean is like, well, what school could I go to? It's like, well, it might mean that none of them might be a good idea, I don't know. It's like I feel like we're in a transitional time with art schools and and how much they help or their relevance. I think they're not what they used to, or like, I don't even know if they ever were helping a lot of artists. I think to a certain degree they kind of had a reputation.
I think it depends on the type of artist.
It
As
depends
in,
on the
like,
type of
the
artist
job
in
that
the
they want to
school.
go into.
But I'm sure if you took a percentage of graduates of artists in an art school, and then who made a living after, it's probably, it's a guess. I mean, I'd have to look it up, but I would guess that it would be probably smaller than quite a few other fields,
Yes, I think
There's,
I know that a lot of concept artists do go to some form of art education, whether it be in 3D or 2D.
yeah.
But speaking to concept artists, they've always told me you don't need a formal education to get in. Basically, you just need to prove that your portfolio is good enough.
Yeah.
But a lot of people go to art schools, to the top ones in America or France or Singapore, to make sure that they do have that fantastic portfolio.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is I don't know. There's just only so much, because then they say, oh, well, it helps you network, and then some part of me is like, you don't like just go to the galleries, because I'm talking about from like a fine art background, less about any type of illustration or commercial art background, but in like in the fine art world, it's kind of like some artists have like their art school background, but it is very much a completely different world than a lot of artists going into art school are really exposed to or understand. You kind of look at their background and where they're coming from, and it's like they're not in the same world. It's a very different thing, and I don't know. It's kind of like I think everyone is under this idea that we're all supposed to like, you all go to art school, and then that helps you get like situated. But I don't see a lot of galleries like that are going to get you started, particularly going to the art schools. Like there's some, sure, and some might help, but I just don't know if your odds are better at getting through that whole school system and being the one of the 3 students that would get a referral to the big gallery that will help you out. Like I don't know if your odds of doing that are better than your odds of you just trying to do it on your own.
Kenneth Hung says, art schools are really what you make of them. Sure, some are horrible, but some really do give you an edge, i.e. CalArts. This is coming from a dropout. I think I agree with that as well. From the people that I've spoken to over my several years in the comics industry, I've spoken to a massive mixture of people at different levels of career and different levels of education. And there were people who are very successful who didn't have an education and very successful who did. But the biggest thing that I've seen is that ones that went to university and didn't do very well and ended up being at square one when they got out didn't do much whilst they were at uni. They did the projects that they were told to do and did nothing else. The people who came out very well off were doing lots of study outside of school as well as on top of their projects, and were also actively networking and searching for jobs. They weren't waiting for their teacher to suggest something for them. They were actively talking to their teacher like an adult would talk to an adult and talking about potential job opportunities. At the same time, the people who didn't go to university, the ones who were struggling, are the ones who've never really tried. They're the ones who say, I'd love to do that, but don't actually do anything about it. The people who are succeeding, and succeeding very, very well, are the ones who have been thinking about it as a business. They're the ones who've been working incredibly hard to actively promote and market their work. I will hear from some artists at shows where they say that they actively don't promote their artwork, and then seem to just assume that it's normal for an artist to be struggling. And that's not true. If you market your work, if you spend 40% of your time at least marketing and using proper business skills with your work, you will see an improvement and you will see sales. Yes, there is an element of luck there, but you can see the difference between an artist slash company slash whatever that is putting the effort in to their marketing, their branding, their relationship with the public, and an artist who is just along for the ride. And sometimes you see that latter artist get a very lucky deal. There's someone else posts their work on Reddit, it blows up, everyone sees it, blah blah blah. But it's the people who are actively promoting everything everywhere, particularly on the internet, and Drokar's saying the internet's existence has also changed how a lot of artists get jobs nowadays. In comics anyways, publishers pick up webcomic artists that become successful online. And then at the same time, conventions, like a comic artist who isn't going to conventions isn't going to be doing as well as someone who is. The most successful comics artists that I see at conventions are the ones who are both successful online and offline. Someone can walk up to them, not know who they are, but they can stare at their stall and think you're important. And it's sort of this kind of fake it till you make it kind of thing. If you show people that you're special and important, they will believe that you are. So I think the biggest thing to take from it is that whether you go to school or not, put the effort in and do the best. Be the best you that you can be, and don't decide to not do something out of either laziness or because you think that's the way it's done. That's the biggest thing I've personally experienced.
I think personally for me at this point, I would probably be blunt and ask the person, "Are you going to have to work while you're in school?" And if they say yes, I'd probably tell them to not go to art school.
Really?
Yeah.
Why? Go?
Because it's, I think you're going to spend all the time doing just what is at a mandatory. This is, I should clarify that people shouldn't listen to me because these ideas are constantly evolving. This is a very much of the fine art. If you want to get in a gallery, fine art world background. So as far as like if you're doing anything else that would be, you know, like comics, illustration, concept art. I don't know that world, but in a fine art, like, and I only use fine art as a definition. I don't use it as like a weird bragging thing.
Oh yeah,
no,
it's an actual definition.
I always clarify that, and I really do mean it because to be honest, I find most of the fine art world's been pretty damn uninspiring for a while. But the thing is when you're in school and then you're dividing your time to a job after, it is impossible for you to commit yourself to the level that's going to make you be the student that would be able to benefit from that school. You are not going to be the one that's going to be going to all the events you're going to need to go to. You're going to be exhausted. Your time's going to be divided between, it's not just going to be tired from school and studying. You're going to get out of school, and then you're going to have to go to work, which is a different type of stress, and then you're off that, and then you have such little time to work on your art that really what you end up spending all your time doing is doing the bare minimum to get through school, but you're not doing what's required. Yeah, and exactly, and you're stuck doing that, and so you're not doing what's required to excel. And so at that point, see, this is what happened, you know, to me, and it seemed pretty similar with a lot of my friends, is what ends up happening is you just get through school, but you're not networked. You're not like professional because all of you, the only time you had was just enough to pass the class. So at that point, it's kind of like anything you could learn from school, you could be in a 3-hour class dealing with an hour commute each way, and then what you're left with is a lesson that you could have learned in 45 minutes on the internet, and you could have used all those hours on your craft. But instead, you're using the hours dealing with the bureaucracy and the structure of a school. And in your situation for art school, for a fine art background, that's not you're not doing it right. You know, it's not the right process to get where you need to be in the fine art direction where you need to go. And I would think at this point, with the resources of the internet, and if you are good at talking to people and going to shows and being present, you
Yes.
probably have a better chance making waves just by doing your thing and being aware of what you do specifically, and then just going to shows. Instead of going to classes, just learn online and go to shows and just meet artists. And then try to fall into something you believe in that has momentum, that seems to have a voice that's unique, and that might catch attention. That's in my experience with fine art. It's weird because I'm still hesitant to like recommend that, because it's weird to tell someone that they probably shouldn't go to school. But in those set of circumstances, in my personal experience and what I witnessed, the students that went real well were the ones that could commit full-time to school. And if they can't commit full-time to school, you better commit as much as you can making your art and what you do special. Because the other thing is you know, that whole world is also based on like the waves you make. And it's like, if you're just in like, unless you're in this particular situation where you're in like the top school with a top professor and they happen to like you the most, which there's a good chance there isn't, you're better off just going like, nah, and just finding your own route. Because when you think about it, how many people in the fine art world can you name that are, you know, quote unquote great recognized artists that are also teachers in the colleges? I can think of like 3, you know, and it's like, so these are the people you're spending your time around. They went to art school and then became professors. They went to art school to be professors. If your plan doesn't involve teaching, if you want to teach, you have to go to school. You have to do it if you want to be a professor. But if you don't want to be a professor and you're going for the fine art route, which is very vague and weird and hard to do, I don't know. I have trouble recommending a person go to art school unless they know that they can commit a full-time schedule to it.
I think the thing is, why are you going to school? That was a big thing for me. A lot of people here in the UK go to university because that's the done thing. And for me, and the idea is that you go to university, you get a piece of paper, and then you leave. And it's like, well done, you got the piece of paper, now you get a job. For me, it was very important that that was not what I was doing, that I was going to university, and it didn't matter what grade or what piece of paper or whatever I left with, as long as the education I got was the best, and that what I would be leaving with would be knowledge from great people in the industry, working in the industry that I wanted to be working in. And that was very important for me, which led to me looking at places like RISD or SVA, SCAD, those guys. They were the ones that I was looking at because those were the places that had those parameters. I think it's important, if someone is looking to go to art school, to really think about why do you want to go to art school and what places can do that for you, what places can meet those needs. Because if you're just going because you feel like that's what you should do if you want to become an artist, and you're going to have to do a job the whole time through, then I completely agree with what you're saying. It's not the right thing for you because you're not going to get what you need out of it. But if you're going to school and you've picked a specific school because the lecturers are they work in a specific industry that you want to work in, and you are going to actively network, talk to, and engage in everything that they do, then maybe it is the right place for you. I think it's very subjective, and each different person has to think about it, but at the same time, a lot of artists in various different fields have come out recently and said, don't go to art school. It is something that the world is moving in, and yet you have this other side of people that says you won't get a job if you don't go to art school. So I don't know, it's very mixed, and I think every single person who does it has to really look at exactly where they want to be and whether the place that the journey that they're picking takes them there and will make sense. Kenneth Hung said, I believe he's talking to what I was talking about earlier, Kenneth Hung says, it's the same with animation as well. Instead of traditional storyboard students getting hired, or popular webcomics, instead of traditional storyboard students getting hired. Popular webcomic artists are being approached by animation studios. Do lots of good work, make yourself known.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think we actually all kind of agree that the most important thing is focus on making your art first. You know, maybe it's not even so much as should you go to art school or not, but it's like if you don't go to art school, like you still have your odds are not that much different unless it's a very particular set of circumstances. And I mean, because I think here's another example. Like this was something that actually it happened not too long ago, and it kind of annoyed me. So a lot of the two of the managers that I started my gallery and studio with, they went to the California College of Art, and they went to it used to be called the California College of Arts and Crafts. And their undergraduate school in Oakland was awesome. Like a lot of good art comes out of there, and a lot of students from there come to our studio. And then we've had people from I was ripping on Academy of Art University earlier. I should mention when I criticize that, I'm criticizing the administration, not the teachers and the students, because there's a lot of talent in the teachers and the students out of there. But the administration of the way that business is run is not ethical. So that's what I was clarifying there. But anyways, so anyways, they did this thing where they did these little like interviews to put on their website with the two managers that went to that school. All right, cool, you know, whatever. Like, hey, what art did you do? What did you learn? And we've done like a lecture there before. But here was the thing that kind of got to me is one of the questions they asked. So this is the question that's phrased is. Kind of like they're like, we wanted to just show students how this college helped them start, how the college helped this studio happen, how it helped you guys make this studio. And that kind of annoyed me because not only did two of the managers not go there, but it was also like it didn't help this studio happen. Like this studio happened because like there was already friends that met, and admittedly, a lot of them had met at the school, but it's not like that's impossible somewhere else. We're all artists that met online. If we all lived in the same city, we could totally start a studio, you know. But the thing that kind of upset me is they were advertising and using our space as a campaign to pitch to students to come to their school, saying, "Hey, look, they started this gallery and studio space," which, by the way, we don't even live off of anyways. So that's kind of like, you know, they should be aware of that. But it was a little bit of that thing that bothered me because it was like the school didn't help this place happen. This place happened because we're just a group of artists that started a thing. And I can assure you, when we were building the studio and gallery, I was not trying to think back to a class that I never had at that school, and I can assure you that when we built our spaces that none of us were thinking about things that were going on at that school. We were just building the space we need to make our art. And so I guess it kind of like offended me because it was like dude, like don't stick your stick your foot in this, and it had nothing to do with it. Like you guys have cool professors and good students and this and that, but this space, this art space, did not happen because of your school, you know.
I think.
So I felt, you know, it felt just like schools were trying to kind of reach out to grab onto an area that they actually didn't influence. And so I don't know, maybe I'm a little hypersensitive to it because when that happened, it kind of bothered me, you know. I didn't say anything, just let things roll how they are. In that situation, it wasn't my place to say anything, but I remember just being kind of offended, like, that school didn't make our space happen. You know, they don't get to take that credit and advertise that, you know.
I do think schools do that a lot of the time, though. In my experience, I've had schools do that with me, where I've done something entirely off my own back, and someone at the school's not tried to take the claim for it, but said, "Oh, our students did this, and they did it through our facilities, and without us, they would never have done it." And yeah, it was something that I did entirely off my own back, and that happened several times. So I'm not going to like call out one individual event or one individual like school or teacher or anything. It happened on multiple occasions. I think it's something that schools just do because they do need to market, and they know that because you're there and you're or you were involved with them in some way, whatever way it is, they assume that it was their influence that caused it, or they try to spin it that way, and a lot of the time it isn't. I don't know, I've kind of grown to ignore everything that the educational administration does, and I tend to focus very much on the students and the staff, as in like the teachers and the staff that you have daily interaction with, and ignore the administration and the setup and the communication and all of that BS in education that just doesn't work. I don't know why it doesn't. A lot of schools, I've seen similar issues come up time and time and time again with them. And there is that like little marketing spin that will happen every now and then. It's usually just one person who thinks it's a great idea, throws it in, and they go with it because that person's in some form of seniority, whatever it is. And in reality, the rest of the teachers are just going along for the ride, and they're just supporting you as an individual, and it's just that's what the organisation decided to do. So, I don't know, I've decided to, I guess, ignore those kinds of things. I've just gone, okay, that's education, if that makes sense.
No, it does, and that's a good that's the best way to approach that, you know. And I remember it's like, and I just kind of like when that was kind of happening, I just, you know, I was like, this isn't. It was a thing where it was like I was annoyed, but it's like what's happening right now isn't for me or my thing, you know. It's like they're doing their thing and they're talking, and it's like that's cool because the fact of the matter is that school had done things for them that was cool, but starting the space was not one of them. You know what I mean? It's like
they've done great things for you, but this particular project that they're trying to bounce off of isn't one of those things. It's unfortunate that it's usually the big, very attention-grabbing things that individual students have done that this happens with, when in reality it's actually the general life, the general experience at the school that they really have done the great work with, and it would be nice. It would be really nice to have that focus on that, and to say like the community or the general group of teachers and stuff like that. I think it gets very hung up on individual events and trying to push those. Like you'll see the Facebook pages of the top schools in America going, so and so did this thing, and it wouldn't have been possible without university. And there's a few that maybe some people might know who I'm referencing. There's a few individuals, but I think it would be very nice if they kind of. I understand why they do that. It makes sense publicity-wise, but it would be nice to focus more on this student did this great thing and they worked with these amazing teachers over this period of time. Like it's more of a general
It's the teachers too, you know. It's not what gets me is it's like all the great things I had come out of college was because of. I can say right now, I had some professors that were all in all okay, but it was two professors that made it a specifically good experience for me. That'd be the John O'Connell and John Erickson. I had these two professors, and they alone, like I wish my college experience could have been me just giving them money to take private classes, because everything I learned that was important, I learned from them. And they were incredible because they were good at, they cared about teaching. They weren't there because they have, because they just want that check while they make the art. You know, it's like they were there, like they were good at teaching, and it made all the difference in the world. And to me, like my school experience didn't have to do with the school, it was them. But even then, it's like, I don't know if I could recommend, you know, all it is like I can't necessarily recommend my school experience, but, you know, everyone has different experiences. I've seen some interesting comments here in the chat that mentioned Animaniac. As someone applying to college, it's so confusing. Currently, I'm aiming to go to FIT, F-I-T, which is a state school and also ridiculously hard to get into because it is both well-ranked and actually affordable. And affordable is so important, especially with art school. Like, don't just put yourself in a crushing debt with art school, because even if you're successful, it's going to take a while to to get back in it. I'm also not looking to go into fine art, but illustration and animation because it's a 2-and-2 school. Well, and that's a much smarter approach. I mean, it's just like, I don't know. That's where a school in that situation makes sense, and hopefully good luck with that too. You know, someone was asking me recently to look over their portfolio they were doing for school. And I was
that
for
happened
a
a few
while.
times at the show this weekend, actually. People
Yeah.
went up to me and like, can you check my portfolio? I'm like, I didn't have education, but yes.
Yeah, and it's hard because in one hand, what I think is like, I found that weird conundrum where I'm like, well, there's what I think, and then there is what the school might be looking for. I don't know. My only thing with schools is just make sure that there's some professors there that you really want to learn from. That's the most important thing, is like spend less time looking at, like, I mean, it's important to see, you know, what students are doing after the school, blah, 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 but they can always kind of fudge that and say, oh, our students, that we have this many students that found jobs after. Yeah, but none of those jobs are art jobs, you know what I mean? So the most important thing is, like, make sure there's professors there that are making art that you like and care about, and you'd want to learn from them. That's, I think, a more important step to the school than anything else.
Absolutely, definitely.
Because, like, what artists would you want to be friends with? Because if you're in that school, you're working with them, there's a good chance, like, they could just be your homies, you know? And so it's that thing where it's like, that's what you want to really aim for.
On the topic of portfolios, just because you brought it up, I think a few people showed me their portfolios. There's usually a few people over each MCM weekend that will show me their portfolios while I'm there, and I always explain to them I didn't have formal education, but my portfolio did get me into the School of Visual Arts, so that's the knowledge that I can give you, blah, blah, blah. I think the biggest thing, the biggest piece of advice, and part of me feels like this should be obvious, but the frequency that I've seen it means I guess it's not. Please don't put fan art in your portfolio.
Oh, yeah.
Especially if you're moving from university to a job. Please don't put fan art in your portfolio.
Don't put what art? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Fan art, so art of other IPs that you do not own. Yes, you can make very visually outstanding pieces of art with fan art. I completely stand behind that. However, it's not showing your creativity skills and your observational skills and stuff like that. And you're using a design that someone else came up with and was amazing at creating, and you're just doing your spin on it. I think a lot of people are going to be far more interested in what you can create and learning more about you as a person, who you are, what you believe in, and the kinds of things that you're going to be able, the potential that you can bring. And it's not going to show a lot of that if you're just drawing Pikachu and My Little Pony. So yeah, I thought that it would be something that would seem quite obvious, but I've seen a high frequency with it, especially young artists going into uni. So yeah, I definitely say that.
What if you were doing a parody satire of My Little Pony? Then it might work, right?
Oh God, I don't know. Unless you're applying to like Banksy's school if he has one. I think it's very risky, and from a lot of advice from other people I've heard, they've always said no fan art. Use your portfolio to show your skill and show who you are as a person, not to show what your favorite TV show is.
Yeah. Schmoonify had an interesting comment here. He said, my sister and I made a short film that got picked to participate in a film fest, and our school, quote unquote, tried to pass it as their achievement. We told them to go fuck themselves.
Nice. Wow.
There's actually a lot going on in chat. I might read a few bits out if that's okay.
Yeah. There's a lot. Chat's hopping.
We've got some varying different opinions. So Demun Man says art school is a rip-off. You're an artist or you're not. There's a opinion.
Demand Man's.
I think that's going to divide a lot of people.
That's going to divide a lot of people, but
Yeah.
that's what Demand Man does.
But we'll throw that out there so people can hear it. Animaniac says, a lot of this advice is really good. Thanks a lot for making this a bit easier. Super glad I found the show, so glad you're enjoying it.
God, I hope it's good advice.
Oh,
I should clarify always that I could be so wrong. I could be giving the worst advice right now.
I just want to throw out there, if you are making a portfolio and there is a convention near you, a lot of conventions will have, I'm just going to flip the screen over so quickly, a lot of conventions will have areas where you can show artists your portfolio.
Wow.
Even if they don't, us artists, whether they're starting in the industry, they're intermediate in the industry like myself, or they are advanced in the industry, the majority of artists will be happy to look at your portfolio. However, they will have a very limited amount of time. So what I would advise you to do is, if you do bring a portfolio and you're speaking to an artist who's standing there trying to sell their work, it would be very appreciated by a lot of artists if you bought something. I'm not trying to say that as you must buy something if you're in Comic Village, because you don't have to. Artists are going to be very wonderful to you anyway, but it is more encouraging to, I found this myself, when I've been chatting to an artist who I admire, I will buy a piece of an item on their stall, and I will say something along the lines of, and I'll always be genuine about what you're saying. And I will always say, these are the things that I adore about your artwork. I have looked up to you for however many years. I spotted you from ... I was wondering if you could have a look at my portfolio, if that's okay. Oh, and I'd also like to buy that print there. And it shows that you're willing to give them something, give them something back for them giving you your time. It's definitely not a requirement. Don't think of it as that. It's something that I've personally found when relating to an artist. It has encouraged them to realise that I actually do genuinely love their work, and it's not that I'm walking up to every single artist asking for them to see my portfolio.
Oh my God! And I'm sorry, real quick. As far as that goes, if you're trying to send your art to galleries, first of all, just shooting out of the dark on the internet's a pretty slim chance. But if you're sending your art to galleries, don't address them specifically.
Yes.
Make it seem like you didn't just send this. I'm copied on 30 other galleries.
Yes.
And then the ones we really look closer at. First thing is always we look at the portfolio. Number one, portfolio first. I don't care where you went to school or who you are or anything. I care about the portfolio. But the second thing is because you want to know if you want to work with this artist, I always look to see, do they actually like our space? Do they say anything about our space that made them be I love what, the emails I love are the ones I love this show, you guys had this, I've been following, I like the shows that you guys did here and here. Such a huge difference. It makes all the difference in the world. And so it's funny to hear that. That definitely applies to when you're in comics and things.
It's in person as well. Yeah. Definitely. Absolutely, definitely.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest thing, if you do go to a convention, is to expect that they're going to have very limited time, and do say that you're okay with that. Say, are there any first impressions? What's your gut reaction to my work? Because they're probably only going to do a skim through and maybe say, I really like this piece, and perhaps say why. But the most common thing that I've had happen, where I've brought my book up to an artist that I admire and say, hey, do you mind just giving it a quick look? They're like, oh, I'm sorry, I can't take anything home. And I'm like, oh, you don't need to do that. That's fine. Would you mind having a very quick look and giving me a gut reaction of what you think I should be working on? And then they'll turn around and go, okay, I think you should be working on perspective. And they might give a little bit of advice of here's if you're looking for it, you should go and watch, put Cycra's videos on perspective. I hope that helps. And then they'll go back to their job. Expect that kind of response. They're not trying to cut you off, they just don't have a lot of time. But I think it is incredibly valuable to be able to speak to someone who's not only in industry, But if you can find someone who's also in a school, and you'd think that would be hard, but there's actually a decent amount of like the kind of classic Marvel DC guys who will go to these conventions and who are selling their artwork there and promoting their series there, who also do talks at schools or are perhaps on the staff members of whatever schools. Usually the top ones, like a RISD, SCAD, Pratt, whatever. So yeah, I'd recommend just having a look around, because you might find a little golden gem of an artist who has a serious amount of experience and can really help you. And those little gut reactions, what they're saying, really listen to it. Even if they say something you don't like, really listen to it and see what you can do with it. But that was just, you mentioned portfolios, and it was something that came up at the show a lot, so I thought I'd bring that up. There's a few things in here. Steve Ray says, went to a community college for 1 year and had the best painting instructor who actually taught me things.
Nice.
Transferred to the university, their idea of education was to be turned loose and have students critique you. They didn't want to teach techniques or anything. That might corrupt your creativity. Guess which one was cheaper?
Yeah, it's like, I mean, that's, it just goes to show you never know. Like, so much of it's dependent on the professor, you know. My ex went to the California College of Art, but the graduate school, and I don't care much for the graduate school. A lot of the art coming out of there is not very good. There's good stuff, but it's very conceptual. It's very contemporary. There's very much a brand. That's why that whole school is moving towards how that one is. But there was just professors that just like would show up late, if at all, to class, and then they would always like, you didn't know this, and then they like roll their eyes and get annoyed. It's like, no, dickhead, you're here to teach us. Like, we're here. Remember how we like paid you to teach us? Like, remember? Like, oh god, just like hearing the stories made me so mad.
Yeah.
But I'm talking a lot of shit on that school right now, but whatever. Doesn't matter, I didn't go there. They can take the criticism and do what they like with it. I'm sure they would love to have a critique. It's really the mentality that a lot of the grad school bothered me, but whatever.
I never went to art school. I had a scholarship when I was a senior in high school for the Art Institute of Charleston, and they gave those things out like candy, so it wasn't really that special. It was like $2,500, and I had just submitted like some of my artwork to them, and it had been like a college day at our high school, and that's how I got to know them. And then they bugged the crap out of me for like almost a year to come to our school and use this $2,500, even though it's like tuition was $50,000 a year. It was insane.
That's the other thing, is like, I had a so I went to the University of Utah, and then that was like my fallback school, and I was applying to the Maryland Institute College of Art, which is a pretty renowned art school. And I got a scholarship for there. I earned 2 scholarships totaling like around $25,000. But even with that, I would have left, if I had gone to that school, I would have left with around $90,000 in debt with an art degree. Yeah, so it's just like, well, nope, like,
yeah,
not happening. It's like I'm in no position in my life to do that to myself and family, But I kind of get like offended when I think about it, that it's like, you guys actually have the nerve to like what our financial situation is. Like, you saw it. You have to like give it to them when you apply for financial aid, and it's like the nerve to like ask a person to just like, I don't know. I don't know. I get weird and sensitive towards those things, because I just think it takes like a lot of fucking nerve. But whatever. That Maryland Institute.
Damn.
Just moved to Germany.
There we go.
Or France. You know what I've been noticing? A lot of the top artists in the games industry have come from France. Apparently they have absolutely fantastic illustration courses. So if anyone's in Europe and is looking for illustration, apparently the French illustration courses are very different to the rest of the mainland and teach you a lot of fantastic skills. So there you go.
Interesting.
Yeah, a lot of artists who've come from France have then worked all over the world, like all the way to Japan, in some of the top games companies that you can think of, from Square Enix to God knows. So yeah,
Apparently France has the answers.
Apparently France, and then obviously Germany. A lot of, as you said, a lot of amazing artists from there. I think, did Loish go to university in Germany? I'm not sure. She did an interview with Psyker, and if I'm remembering correctly, I'm sure she said something about it. But yeah, mainland Europe seems to be where it's at. As well as that, there is Singapore. You do have to pay. They are expensive, but they do have. There are several schools in Singapore that have absolutely stunning tutors, lecturers. So that's another place that is very, very looked up to.
France.
Animaniac says both France and French-Canadian artists have been on the rise in games. Yes, apparently so. I think it's
a lot of the
really
music I've been following has been coming out of France and French-Canadian. And me and Tim have been going absolutely apeshit over the skate videos coming out of France.
Yeah.
Oh, you've never seen skateboarding look so creative as what's happening in France right now. It's insane. They're onto something. Something's in the water in France right now. I'm pretty happy with this painting so far.
Yeah, I'm kind of liking my sketch so far. I just started with ink a minute ago. I don't know. Whatever. I don't know what I'm doing.
That's kind of how art works. It never knows, you know? I feel weird sometimes when I even think I'm giving my quote-unquote advice, and then I'll lay in bed at night being like, Jesus Christ, what did I just tell that person?
I mean, I think it's just important that every single person really thinks about what they want to do and does what is best for them as an individual. For some people, education is not the right thing. For others, it is the perfect thing.
Yeah, it's all about just what you can put in and what you work best in, you know? Are you good in a school environment or are you not good in a school environment, you know?
I've taught art classes before.
Yeah?
I've taken them. Yeah. Not necessarily like drawing or sketching, but I do teach knitting, or did. I'm not doing it right now. To kids, and I worked at Michael's for like a year. Like I don't know if you know what Michael's is, Sarah, but it's a big craft store, like big box company craft store in the United States. And I was the jewelry instructor, I was the knitting instructor, and I was the kids class instructor there. Basically, like, the kids classes were just like parties, and like in the summertime there was like a camp and just basic stuff. But it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it.
Nice. I've got a few friends who teach art, and I've done like random talks in schools. It was kind of funny because my first like talk in a school, I did some stuff with my mum, and because she's a teacher, and I was helping teaching sewing, and that went really well. The second time I did a talk in a school, and it was talking about what I've done and all of that. It was directly after getting refused into uni. So I'd gotten the application, I'd gotten the seat, my seat was there, but I hadn't gotten the place because, well, I had gotten the place, but I hadn't gotten the scholarship, that's what I mean. So I couldn't go without a scholarship. So I was really bitter, and I went into the school and did the best that I could, but I literally didn't care about like not swearing and stuff like that. And I think I got a little bit of a look at one point, and the kids all laughed at something. I didn't even realise the kids were laughing. And the thing was, I was essentially like maybe 2 years older than them, so I was just chatting to them like they were mates. And then I realised I'm actually supposed to be a like representative right now. This is an issue.
Oh no.
I'm sorted now, but it was mildly amusing when I got home that day and thought, actually, I probably should have been a lot more professional at that.
Hindsight is 2020. Oh my god.
Okay,
Damn
so
start.
I think it's about time we start showing some artwork, because I think there's a lot of artwork waiting to be
Oh
shown.
God. That's right.
So yes, there is definitely a lot of artwork.
Oh yeah. Whoa.
So do you want me to do it? Since you're painting?
Either way, whatever works for you.
Yeah, I
I
can do it. It's
probably
fine.
clean my hands if need be.
I will save my
I don't know
piece.
how to do it, so
Yeah, no, it's fine.
You don't have to worry about it.
I don't know what's going
You
on.
just do you right now. You just do you.
You do the drawings, it's fine. Okay,
I'm
so
actually kind of pleased with how this is going. For once.
I'm just going to save everything. Ba-ba-da, ba-ba-da, ba-ba-da. Okay.
It's like you're singing sound effects.
Da-da-da, da-da-da. Right.
Saving click button.
Da-da-da, da-da-da. I'm now saying this every time I click something. Right, let's see. Okay. So let's start with, let's see. Oh, that's lovely. Okay, so we're starting with, this is, let me just make it stem face. There we go. This is from Foxtrot Oscar 23.
Oh, God.
Lovely Fox. And this is a quick sketch practice for a commission since I've done this piece already. There we go.
Oh, nice.
So gorgeous. I love the
Where is it?
expressions. Can you see it?
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Ballpoint. I was like, why isn't it switching? I'm like, oh, I was on the wrong tab. I'm stupid. But that's really cute. I like that. I can't do ballpoint very well.
No.
Mm-mm.
Ballpoint's one of my favourite things to draw in for some bizarre reason. When I was in school, I always had a ballpoint pen with me, and I was always drawing on every single object I had, so I kind of just got used to using it.
You got the history with it.
Yeah. I love
Speaks to you.
I love the use of broken lines and letting the light come through.
Yeah.
It's really, really
Yeah.
cool.
It's pretty.
That's so nice.
When
I'll
I
put it in the comments.
was at work, I used to work in retail, a bunch of stupid jobs. I would doodle on the back of pads. We had these pads at all the registers, and I'd doodle in ballpoint on them. And there were only a few that I ever thought were decent. One was a like Gandalf that was walking through a forest, which was really cool looking. And one was my coworker that was pretty good. But that was the only time ballpoint ever worked for me. That's amazing. And blue ballpoint, that user, he's insane.
Yeah?
Or she.
Yeah.
He or she.
Awesome. I'll need to check that out. Okay, who have we got next? We've got so much artwork, so I'm going to try and race through it. Well, not race, but whatever. Open link in new tab. Okay, so this is Miguel's. Hopefully I'm saying that right. I got corrected last week. Hopefully I'm saying it right. Here's Miguel's painting from last week's stream, so I guess we didn't get a chance to show it. I love that. Look at
Oh,
that.
wow.
Ooh.
Look how cold
The
it is.
texture, too.
Yeah.
Wow.
Damn, well done.
The eyes are so detailed.
Yeah, like it just like pulls you right in. And I actually really like the lips, the way they've been painted. They're just so subtle, and there's something really hard to do with teeth where you want them to look realistic, but you don't want them to look ugly, and they've found that just perfect amount of detail to do it right. Absolutely gorgeous. And then
So well done.
That's insane.
Miguel also has.
And he didn't make her look like she was 90.
Yeah. Miguel also has a work in progress
Like
for
how
today. There we go. That's from today's piece.
Oh, well done.
Yeah, I love that.
Oh, wait, you know, it's like small on my screen. You know what you do is if you make the window the size of the art, then full screen that window, then it shows really nicely.
That's impressive.
Or if it's sharing the one window. Oh, never mind. You're sharing the whole desktop. I'm a dingus.
I am. Wait, it's made. Something's happened. There we
Oh
go.
God, I just
Okay.
broke the podcast.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Wait, I can zoom in,
Oh, there we go. That helps.
but it's me forcibly zooming in. So I think it's designed to be viewed from a little further out, but I've forcibly zoomed in for you to make sure everyone can see it. But that's gorgeous. The values in that are perfect. Really nice. So good. Oh, so good.
Oh, the talent. Ridiculous.
Destroying it. Okay, who have we got next? I think we've got Demon Man next. Demon Man has posted a YouTube link. What?
A YouTube link.
Okay, okay.
Come on, man. What are you up to?
Alright, I'm gonna bring it down so we
Is
can
it like a time lapse or something?
I'm gonna bring this down. Hopefully you guys are seeing the full screen.
You never know what you're gonna get with the one man.
Okay, you ready?
It's 14 seconds. Come on, man. What's happening?
Wait.
Oh
God.
no! He's
Wait.
shooting it! He's shooting it!
Is he shooting it?
Did he shoot it?
Yeah.
It looked like he shot it.
Yeah, he is.
Looks like the man's not happy with his piece.
Oh my god. And then it's called Funishing. Ah!
Oh God.
Oh
That's
my god,
funny.
that's amazing, Demon Man. Holy crap. And Demon Man said, "Not my night, sorry to op,
That's
properly
pretty funny.
punished my piece."
It happens to everyone, Demon Man.
God, that's amazing.
Yeah, we were
I've
talking
never
about
seen
that
I've never
last
seen a
week.
piece punished by gunfire before. That's
Nice.
intense. That is a first.
Ah,
Oh my word.
oh
Okay.
goodness.
Let's see some more artwork. Okay, so Animaniac says, and by the way, for people listening in, their Reddit name is Animaniac1126, so you can find them. Didn't draw on the RGD today, but did draw the creature from the Black Lagoon this week with pastels. And here is that. Look at those eyes.
Ah, cool.
That's so good.
I love it.
I love the eyes. I love the
It almost
shine
looks
on it.
like if you were to change the colors, it could be like a Scrooge and like a bowler hat or something.
Oh yeah, I see it.
You know, I don't know. I just.
It's important to clarify is when watching the podcast, wanting to show your art, you don't have to draw the thing we're drawing. Whatever
Yes.
you're making, we will show.
Anything you draw, we will show.
No matter how incredibly offensive and illegal the drawing is, we
Not
have to show it.
necessarily.
That's
Not
how it works.
necessarily,
We have
no.
to.
No, I mean
it's-
we don't want to get banned from YouTube.
Exactly. If it's
We can't get banned from YouTube.
Mike's channel, then yes, absolutely.
If it's Mike's channel, yeah, I don't really care. We'll
If
be
it's my
fine.
channel, please keep it relatively safe. But yeah, no, this is awesome. I love the eyes. They're very, I don't know, they look so like squidgy. I made a squidgy like gesture with my fingers. I hope you heard that. Okay, before I talk rubbish, Schmoonify didn't draw any
Oh,
RGDs today, but here's last week's piece. Da-da-da-da. I remember seeing this on the RGD thread. I went back and had a look, and the change between the work in progress that we saw on the show and then what he's finished with is amazing.
Oh yeah.
I think I commented on his final thing because it looks so good.
I love the
I love how you
hair.
did the hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, the hair. It's
Yeah.
exactly what I was about to say.
Yeah.
That's
The
so much
hair-
energy.
And also, I like the I'm just going to zoom in on it if I can. Let me jump over. The little like follicles on
Oh,
the edge of
wow.
the hat. I love that, especially
real.
the fact that
Oh,
some
wow.
go in different directions. I think that's so realistic.
Yeah.
Such a nice touch.
I think that's very, very clever
And
to
the depth
think
of it.
that.
He really captured like the curve of her head, you know, and the top of the hat, how it's back further.
Yes, like
Mhm.
this in
Yeah.
particular is just very,
Those little
very good.
snowflakes. God,
Yeah.
you got to
That's
really get up
insane.
close to really get up close to those pieces.
And he even like the focus of it. He even got that in there too. Which
Yeah,
is really
you can
cool.
see the depth of it going back in space.
Mhm.
Very,
Ludicrous.
very
That's
cool.
so awesome.
Remember, people, if you do want critique on your piece, do let us know, and we will do that. And then Shunify also said, this is a little drawing that I'm working on for a personal one. Oh, look.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh, look, he's still there.
thumbs. Oh.
Oh, that's so cute. He
I
looks
found
like...
that
Sorry, what was that?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, he looks like he's done something wrong, or that he's just seen something, he's like, oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh, I knocked over the garbage again.
Yeah.
And I don't have the thumbs to pick it up and put it back. Dogs are always worrying about their lack of thumbs.
At all times. Have you seen the Cravendale advert? It might be
What's-
only a UK thing.
what's
Cravendale is
Cravendale?
milk, okay?
Oh.
And there's an advert in the UK. I feel like you should look it up at some point to appreciate the fact that this is the kind of adverts we get in the UK. It's an advert about what would the world be like if cats had thumbs, and it's
Oh my
amazing.
god.
Oh no.
Amazing.
That sounds insane. I think they'd still just lay around.
Well, there's like this moment where these cats, this cat is like sitting there on the edge of the counter, like leaning, proper like boss-like, gently throwing a ball up and down in his paw. It's amazing. Like super intimidating.
That sounds
Like,
pretty cool.
Okay. Oh, I've got to go to another link for this one. Okay, so this is Maestro Chi completed. There we go. And
Oh, nice.
they actually wrote something here. They said, cheated and used a grid. This being the first watercolor I've done in years, I wanted to concentrate on the painting and less on getting a drawing right just to paint over it. Hope you like it. And I would say to that there is no cheating in art.
There is no cheating, and that is a good reason to use a grid.
It is. It is.
I've done times where I've done like Photoshop cutout things because I wanted, with my color blindness, it's easier to have something help separate colors for me, just so I wouldn't have to sit there spending all my time second guessing and losing all the fun in the art and not even ever, have really much enjoyment to actually get the painting done. So totally, you want to just focus on like your technique and whatnot. Just use a grid. Who cares?
Yeah, and you can really see that the measuring is absolutely on point in it. Which,
Yeah.
even if you are using a grid, there is a level of skill there that you need to be able to match that and get it perfect. So,
True.
Yeah, I can't do grid work. I tried a little while back and fail.
yeah, I have to do it from eyesight. I can't use a grid. I can't do measuring. It just doesn't work. I get too confused.
I don't know if I've ever tried a grid.
But yes, gorgeous work. And then this is Slam 9. I did some I Can Draw That request today. Okay, we have this one. And Slam 9 said, the Pope came, left, and did this.
That is awesome. True story. That is exactly what happened.
And then if we just move that over a tad, we've got another quite exciting one. The next one is a backwards merman riding a centaur that's part seahorse, part man. There you are. Can you guys see this? Please tell me you guys can see this. Yeah, so that
That's
was
so weird.
Wow.
yeah, that's amazing. I'm so glad that that exists.
Yeah, it is. That is that's the description. That delivered.
It is exactly the description. It is a backwards merman riding a centaur that's part seahorse, part man. That is exactly what that is. Well done.
They asked
Oh my
and they
gosh.
received.
That's pretty funny.
It's insane.
Fantastic.
That's awesome.
I love the butt shine. We appreciate the butt shine. Look at the butt
Oh my god, I didn't even notice the butt shine.
Oh, butt shines. Must always have. Fantastic. I love all the watercolour today, actually.
Wow, that's cool.
And then last one, something quick today, sick in bed, just listening to the podcast. This is from Quicked. Ooh. And
Listening
here we
and
go.
drawing. Oh, nice. That's awesome.
Yeah, I like the glow. Very cool.
This was what was their I forget their name. See, I'm horrible with names. What was their name?
I don't know, who are you thinking of? I don't...
That what you're showing right now.
Quicked.
And that isn't that in the chat? That's Oh, never.
I don't want to guess because I don't want to get it wrong.
I don't want to get it wrong. I could swear that's. Speak up in the chat. I can't dig through it because it's too much text to dig through while I do this.
Who do you think of? Are you thinking of a guy or a girl?
The
know who
guy
it
just
is.
given the advice earlier. The really good tips earlier regarding art school.
Are you thinking of Kenneth Hung?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Is that who? Am I guessing wrong? Am I guessing wrong? I could have sworn.
I have a feeling you might be right, but because we don't have the name... Yes, it is. It is. There we go. Confirmation. Hello.
Yeah. See? Unfortunately, I was so bad at just guessing that I can't even like get excited about being right because it was like too much effort
Because you're
already.
rubbish.
But yeah, no, it's like because I remember this style from last week. Just really love it. It's so nice. We gotta get him on the show if you'd be interested.
Definitely. Definitely.
That's really cool.
Yeah, the lighting is so good. I remember, I hope I'm remembering right. It's been a long weekend. I'm sure I remember them saying that they were doing some stuff with Nickelodeon and stuff like that, and you can kind of see those influences in there.
Well, it was Disney, wasn't it?
Yeah, and Nickelodeon. So I can kind of see the Nickelodeon side coming in there, and then obviously to be able to work with Disney, you've got fantastic. So
amazing.
Yeah, it's cool. And he's got always has really good sound advice. Much better than my emotionally based outbursts.
Yeah.
Listen to Sarah.
Oh, God.
Listen to Sarah and Kenneth when advice happens. That's all I'm trying to say.
I don't know. I don't know if I say any better stuff than you do, but I think I say it in a clearer way. Yes. So Kenneth says, I was a former Nickelodeon artist. I work at Disney now. So awesome.
His art's awesome.
Oh, Demon Man's off to bed. Good night, Demon Man.
My man. Sorry that the piece got finished, but thanks for finishing it in such an awesome way.
Yes.
Thanks for listening.
It's gonna be fun when we have the Mun Man on the show. That dude is something else. Really nice guy.
I feel like Demon Man is a living legend.
He is. He's always stories. Think about it. He
Yes.
came out here and visited me. I haven't even been robbed out here. He's out here for like 3 days. Boom. Guy's pulling guns. He's breaking arms. He's like a freaking Charles Bronson movie out here. I don't even know how he makes it happen. It's like the stories followed the Mun Man. So it's gonna be
Oh, wow.
intensely. People are going to be on the edge of their seats when we have Demon Man on the podcast because that man is just stories. He makes his own rules.
There were a few artists at Glasgow Comic Con who were quite
so
interested in the
focused.
show as well. So
Ooh.
we might be seeing some of them at some point. I don't know if they'll be able to watch live because obviously we do have an awkward time for us guys. But
Well, when
perhaps-
we do the European time casts.
Yes, and they also, I know quite a few of them will be at New York Comic Con, so perhaps there might be able to be some
Ooh,
kind
that'd
of
be cool.
match-up, perhaps.
Yeah,
We'll see.
we can try it more often down the road to bend to, other people's schedules, for guests and everything. You can make me stay up all night on a work night, and then I can record myself just like falling asleep at work behind the wheel of the car.
Oh
Don't
God.
do that.
Do that.
No, it'll be fine. Don't even worry about it.
Like, everything
die.
you say, I know it's a joke, and yet it still concerns me.
I think
That's a lot of my sense of humor. Just like convince people to like, okay, no, seriously though, like, no, ha ha ha, that's funny, but like seriously, you're not gonna like, no, it's fine. Then like a wink,
And then you wake up on the side of the road, and it's like, it was just a joke, man. It's just a prank.
No, it's just a
You want
joke.
that.
It's a prank. Just relax. It's a joke.
just kidding.
Lol.
JKLOL.
I'm really sorry that I'm not talking much. I'm super, like, trying to get this hair right.
I'm really focused on this scarf. I'm being kind of random. Like, really, what I should do is look at the actual knitted pattern and then mimic that with my brush strokes. But I'm being too damn lazy.
Yeah, okay.
And I'm just like doing these random brush strokes. Like, this kind of hints at the pattern. No, it very doesn't, Mike. No, it very doesn't.
What I'm interested in is chat. Are any of you working on any, like, little projects at the moment?
Well,
Anything like that?
Yeah.
I'd be interested in that. I like seeing the little things that people work on that are outside of RGD and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
What people are up to.
I started a portrait of my dog the other
Oh, yeah.
day.
That's right. I saw that the other day. How's that coming along?
I have done nothing else to it. Before the podcast, I was working on an order that I had for some rings, and it's still just that.
Yeah.
That's all I've got. You can't even really see that. So, but
No, Lucas,
that's my puppy. Her name's Evie, and yes, she's named after the Pokemon.
Good. Is
Oh,
Eevee
that's-
your favourite Pokemon?
She is a muffin.
Is Eevee your favourite
Yeah.
Pokemon? Yeah.
Evie,
Yeah.
definitely.
My favourite is Umbreon.
I really like Umbreon. That's my favorite evolution. So.
Awesome. My second favourite Pokemon is probably Houndoom. So I can just imagine myself just sat there with like an Umbreon on one side and a Houndoom on the other, just like, yes, I'm going to take over the world whilst wearing a black cape. That's my job.
My favorite starter is Cyndaquil.
Cyndaquil.
I love Cyndaquil.
I like the kid in the cool hat.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. I don't know anything about Pokemon. I don't. I'm always
I actually
embarrassed.
still have VHSs. Pokemon
Yeah, me
VHSs.
too,
Oh my God.
actually.
They had VHS of Pokemon?
Pokemon.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, and the movies as well.
the Pokérap.
Oh yeah.
They had a bunch of movies.
Oh my god, I don't know. I'm
Alright,
so out of the
kids.
loop. Jesus Christ, I'm out of touch.
Keep up with me.
If you're out of touch
Pikachu,
with
Snorlax.
Pokemon, it doesn't matter anymore.
With what?
It doesn't matter anymore if you're out of touch with Pokemon because, like, it's only vaguely a thing now.
People talk about Pokemon.
I mean, some people.
Jesus,
it's
do you
been
remember-
Yeah, but
all-
it's not like if you need to be like quote unquote hit with the kids or whatever. Pokemon isn't where you start. It's like Snapchat or something that you start with. It's like
Oh, yeah. Pokemon, I remember when there was like that whole Twitch plays Pokemon on Reddit, and I'm just like, man, this is annoying. And I didn't
I
know how to like,
loved that.
I
Oh
didn't
my
know how to like
God.
remove subs from my front page, so I'm just like, it's like when League of Legends stuff always pops up, and I'm like, I have no idea what any of this shit is. But like people like, you know, they like it. But
I love.
I think that's probably one of the biggest.
What, League of Legends?
I've
played
never
it-
played
I
it,
played
but
it
I watched my
twice.
friends play it.
I've got it on
I,
my desktop. God damn it, I need to play it.
I need some wine.
I have friends play it, and I've played it like a couple times with them, but I don't know, I suck. I don't know what's going on.
Whenever I talk to my friends about it, I'll be like, so, you guys play League of Legends? They're like, yes, amazing. And I'm like, okay, should I get into that? And they're like, yeah, yeah. And then I go to do it, and they're like, look, don't do it. It will ruin your life. Like, 1 minute they're like, yes, and the next they're like, no.
Like, no.
That's like the reason why I never got into World of Warcraft, because I get obsessed with video games, and I have to stay away from them. I would seriously play World of Warcraft for like 10 hours straight and then stand up and die of a blood clot. So I gotta stay away from that shit.
What's your favorite game?
Oh, Jen, favorite game?
What's your favorite game?
What
I
is
don't
it,
know if
Jen?
you've got like a weird delay or something.
What?
What's your favorite game?
I can't hear you.
Oh no. Okay.
What's your favorite game? Maybe my thing works. Oh God.
No, maybe it's cutting out. Okay, I'm gonna read some chat for a little bit and see if it will get fixed.
Alright.
So
We'll just assume it's Call of Duty for the time being.
you're saying it like a joke, but I love Call of Duty. I don't even care. I don't even care. Shameless like bullshit. I don't
Call
care.
of Duty, bros?
Look, that is me, right?
I like 3D shooters. Actually, I think I always bothered people because I would say I like Spec Ops: The Line more than BioShock Infinite, which didn't make people happy.
I mean, like, I don't know. Like, if you find Spec Ops: The Line fun, I'm concerned about you. But
I loved how miserable it was. Like, I loved that it was so miserable. And it was just like, I was just kind of that thing where I'm just like laughing at how blown away I am, where I'm like, oh my God, it's just getting worse, you know? Like,
Yeah.
I haven't had that experience in a game before. That's why I loved it. Like, BioShock Infinite was amazing, actually. I don't know if it's like really fair to compare them, but it was a completely new experience. I'm just like, holy shit, this is, especially in a game that you wouldn't expect that. You think it's just, oh, you're a shooter, you're a hero guy, whatever. And then that game's just like, nope, it's so not like that, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, I loved it.
I played Diablo like crazy.
Diablo, nice.
Oh, like the first one or which one?
The first one. When I was a kid, I was always the archer.
Oh, God,
I
I
was
played the first
like,
Diablo so much.
It was bad.
Duping items, right? Remember duping?
Oh God, it's been so long. I remember you had the tiny little inventory and you could only have so much stuff, so you'd have like a little hoard like stashed in certain places of just stuff on the ground.
Yeah. Oh man. God, Diablo was so amazing.
That was the first time I ever heard, or like, that was the first time I learned the word bastard was a swear word, because there was the bastard sword, and I said it out loud, and my brother was like, oh, you can't say that. And I was like, why?
You're like,
and
I just did.
That's how I learned. Yeah. My brother was the worst, man. He would tell on me for anything.
You get him back?
I was playing Mario Kart one time, and I was like, nah, I don't know. He's kind of a compulsive liar, so... nope, I didn't say that. That's not true.
Is he right behind you?
I hate the universe. No, I just don't want him to ever see this. God damn it.
Don't worry. Do you know how many things I've said on here that I know I'm gonna regret one day?
I feel like you don't feel like
I didn't mean that. He's not really. He's just he exaggerates when he's telling tales, or not tales, but things, he like exaggerates.
Just keep
and then
digging the hole
on
deeper.
things and stuff, and
I love it like you just keep digging the
so
hole.
let's
that's
change the
worse.
subject now.
Yes, I'm gonna read out some chat. Okay, so Kenneth says Squirtle, yay, and then Dricart goes, yeah, Squirtle was the best. And then Kenneth went, Venusaur was my first Tumblr post. I got a chance to visit Blizzard last week, and it's the perfect place for gamers and artists. I met the Molders on one monitor, and they are playing Heroes, and the other they have Maya open, and it's a giant LAN party. I'm so glad that that went well for you, because I was actually wondering, because I remember you mentioned it last week, and I was just like, oh, I wonder. Like, I was actually on my way on the flight, and I was just thinking, oh, I hope it's going well at Blizzard with Kenneth. Like, how weird is that? But I don't know. It just seems so cool to me, like, to be able to go there and see what they're doing. I hope you had an amazing time.
That's awesome. That reminds me, my friend who I want to get on the podcast. He works for a PR company that is like in the game industry, and so he's like a manager of a business in there, and in his interview, so he has a lot of really interesting insight into the game industry. It's really fast. Anytime something goes down, I'm always like writing him like, all right, so like what's actually going on here? What am I not getting? What am I not understanding? And he's like, oh, this is actually just this. Oh, okay. But he in his interview for the job was the exact same day Portal 2 came out. So during his interview, they got their copies of Portal 2, and like he said, it was just pretty much like derailed the interview. They were just pretty much like, Portal 2's in. Do you want to go play Portal 2? He's like, but I was just like, that would be I want a job where they interrupt the interview because it's just like, dude, no time for job interview, Portal 2's
Portal 2, yeah.
Priorities. I thought that was just the most amazing thing. It's like, wow, those really exist.
And it's just said that he's going to send us some pictures on Reddit of ready to put Blizzard. Yeah. I'm excited.
I'm just going to go ahead and say this out loud.
Yeah?
Jason, if you're watching, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Love you.
It's alright.
It's fine.
My brother and I rib each other on this show all the time. It's fine.
Oh yeah, I'm kind of surprised he's not here making fun of you at the moment.
I know.
It's kind of like I come to expect it. I kind of get sad when it's not happening.
I know. It's because he stayed up all night last night for the blood moon.
The what? Oh, the blood moon.
Yeah, I didn't. I got in at 2 a.m. So I was only an hour off. If I stayed up till 3 a.m., I would have seen it. I was so bloody knackered, I passed out instantly. I got like vaguely near my bed and died.
Oh my god, I missed it.
Am I?
It's always something though. It feels like every 6 months there's some kind of astronomical thing that only happens every 2,000 years.
Yeah.
You know, they're like, oh, the planets will never be aligned again. And, oh, this will be the biggest blood moon ever. Oh, this is an eclipse that's in the shape of a tree or whatever, you know, some kind of thing. The last one didn't make sense, but you get the idea. So I'll just wait until the next thing that I didn't know was going to happen is going to happen, then I find out the same day. And I'll just get excited for that.
I actually went outside on the deck to look and see what was going on, and it's all cloudy, of course.
Oh, busted. That sucks.
Yeah, I was all prepared for it. I was all stoked. I like posted on Facebook. I was like, "Don't forget to see the moon tonight, guys." And then nothing. But the last meteor shower that we had here, we did go outside for that, and we saw one that like streaked across the sky. I wish I had it on camera. It was like straight 4 seconds, and really, when you think about 4 seconds, it's really not that long. But
long for
watching something go across the sky. Yeah, it's insane, and it's like, whoa, the world's ending. No, it's not. It's just a meteor, but it was really cool. So I don't know. I thought it was awesome.
I gotta drive out to like the country for a meteor shower.
Oh yeah. We're like right on. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Charleston or the landscape of it. It's basically under sea level. It's called the Low Country for a reason. But my parents' house sits on the marsh that is like I could literally take a kayak out of their backyard and end up in the Ashley River, which is like the main river that goes through Charleston. Whoa. And then I could go out to the ocean. So that's how kind of cool their property is, and so it's pretty cool at nighttime being outside and like checking out the stars for any kind of astronomical event.
That sounds perfect for it. I'd have to drive.
I think I'm getting a little too
couple
heavy
hours
with this pen.
I think I'd have to drive a couple hours if I was going to try to witness any awesome. I don't know. Like if I wanted to see like the Milky Way, I have to drive maybe 2.5 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'd
so
have to do the same.
It's so cool to see the Milky Way too.
It really is. That's my biggest thing when I go camping. Like I just stay up all night and just look at it.
Yeah. I feel so small.
I have this thing with the Big Dipper. Every time I see it, it like makes me feel like connected to home or something. Because when I was very young, I was about 10 years old. We did a school trip to Shropshire, and the idea was that it was like a kind of like hanging out on assault courses type things, and then you would like it wasn't like army training or anything like that. It was a lot more relaxed than that. It was kind of like a camp type thing. But that's kind of what it was. But it was a very specific itinerary that you had to do every day, and I hated it. I hated physical activity of any kind. Oh god, that sounded bad. I hated physical activity of any kind, and I hated going away from home. So it was a bad combination for me. I was at that place, and I like was despising it and wanting to go home, or whatever. But every night I'd look up and see the Big Dipper, which I could see from my bedroom window at home. So now whenever I see it, it's like, oh, a little bit of home.
Aww. Kind of cute.
Okay, I've got some photos from Blizzard from Kenneth.
Oh, serious?
Yes, I'm going to show those. He said that I can.
Nice.
Give me a second to just
We get cease and desist from Blizzard.
pin this down.
Don't show her inner office workings.
Yeah, I did check, and he says it's fine. So hopefully I'll be able to show this pretty well. Wait, let me... Is there a way to make it so that it actually shows the image to the size of your screen?
The way I do it is I open it in its own window, and then I screen share that window, and I do it, and I put that window to the exact size of the art or the image. So I scale the window to that size, and then I just share that window, not the whole desktop.
The thing is, if I do that, I'm going to have to unscreen share my screen and then screen share again every time I do a picture. So I'm gonna...
Do you want me to screen share it? You send it to me somehow.
Yep. By the way, you look super happy in that photo. Okay, let me just send this to you. And then you can do it. It's just because I'm already screen sharing.
Right here.
It's just because I'm already screen sharing, so I'll have to jump out.
Oh, in the meantime, while you're doing that, let's look at Tim's piece here.
Okay, I've sent it to you, by the way.
All right, cool. Check it.
Oh, look. Oh my god, can you hold that closer to the camera?
Is it better right about there?
Yeah, just to see the details in the scarf.
Oh, yeah. Tim always goes for all the details and all the line work.
So
He's a tenacious
good.
man.
So incredibly cool.
That's awesome.
Gorgeous.
He's on point.
He always is, at all times.
At all times. Okay, let's. Ooh, I should turn on the light in here.
Hopefully we haven't lost Jen. I saw that her screen
Oh, the
froze for a
screen
second.
went dark. Well, she can come back. Oh, yeah, I don't see your screen, but I hear your audio.
Yeah, no, she's back. She's back.
Oh, back. Okay.
Am I? I don't know. I don't know what happened.
Oh wait, yeah, no, I got you. You're
Yeah,
there.
You're
there.
fine.
You're
You're back.
Okay, cool. All right. I don't know what just happened. That was weird.
All right, let me see
Ow.
here. Let's have a look at. So we are going on a journey into
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do
You're
this.
right. So happy. I would be too. That'd be fun. All right. You got to give us info about these images in the chat. You know what? Let me see if there's a way I can do this. No, there isn't. All right. I think I'm just gonna have to do it like scroll style.
That's what I was doing in the first place, you little butt face.
I just now as you were saying that and calling me a butt face, I understand what the actual dilemma was and what I misunderstood.
You're such an absolute butt. This was
I'm
the whole
just
point. The whole point was you seem to have this magical little thing that you
No,
could
there's
do
no system.
that would
There's
solve this whole
chaos.
problem. But no, you didn't know what the fuck you were talking about.
No,
You just
it's all
wanted to
chaos. Why did you? Haven't you learned you should never listen to me? Isn't there anything we've learned that is I should never be listened to? Never.
Oh God.
Okay, wait, no, I have a system. I'm just messing with you again. Hold on a second. I was just seeing if you knew that I had a system.
Because I was going to say, if I have to do each individual image, then I've got to
wow.
unscreen share and then re-screen share.
And I'm like, no, don't even worry about it. Let the man handle this.
You absolute little butt face. You do such butty things.
I literally said,
Buddy.
I got this, and I did the exact same thing.
Oh.
Well, it's only 3 images. Here we go. Let me solve this problem that you caused.
Shut up.
No, it's her fault.
Damn, don't you his side. God damn it. Why you gotta be like this? Well, you're on my side, man. I'm a fan.
I'm Switzerland.
What?
Yeah. Switzerland, which means she's investing in both sides of our battle.
Oh, right.
It's not that I'm neutral, I'm just going to neutrally benefit. Okay, here we go.
I'll just make fun of both of you.
Booyah.
Yeah, that's acceptable. Wait, there we go. That was good.
There we are.
Look how happy you look. Ah.
Alright, so I know a lot about
Yay.
games and stuff, so that's Jigglypuff back there. And that's one of the Warhammer 40k orcs. And a dog from... just a dog.
Where the heck do you see Jigglypuff?
I know, I just said the word Jigglypuff. I don't know anything about that stuff.
Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff is a good name. I feel like we should start naming kids after Pokemon, and Jigglypuff should be the first.
Oh, dude, but those first few years are going to be brutal.
Oh, are you kidding me? I'm gonna have a kid and name it Jigglypuff.
Jigglypuff. Okay.
God.
That's evil.
It is perfection. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, heavens.
Well, I named my dog after a Pokemon, so I guess I can't really.
Yeah, but it's a
Anything.
dog, though. Dogs are acceptable to be named after small animals.
Yeah, it's different when you name a child after Pokemon. There's just certain barriers.
Your name's Charmander.
Yes! Oh my god. I just want to be at a sports game one day with my little kid and just be like, go, Charmander! Like, yes.
Oh,
One of my
God.
friends has named their cat Winter so that they can make the joke winter is coming every time it comes in through the door.
Oh my god, they did all that just for that joke.
Just for that joke. They've genuinely named their cat that just for the joke. Were there any
Oh,
other
God.
pictures?
I'm doing the next picture right now.
Oh, look at that! Dude, that is
So do they just let, like, how does it work? Do you go there? Do you schedule, like, online or something? Or do they have, like, a little
cool.
spot and they let you do a tour? How does that all work?
He says, it's a giant Stitches, Gromish, and a Tauren. Oh, nice, it was a Tauren. I didn't even recognize it from that cool. Their lobby museum is the first place you go to sign in whenever you visit, and they have all of these cool statues all around there. Epic. Look at that bloody axe of doom.
That's insane.
That's the promo of the axe that they had in New York City. Nice.
God.
That's awesome.
I'm just like visualizing a creature that's large enough to wield it.
I know,
God.
right?
Story of my life. No,
Stuff of nightmares.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
I don't even know. But
It means that the story of my life is
rude.
I'm constantly trying to picture people carry the axe. What's there not to understand?
Yeah? Is that what that means?
I just walk around, like, I'll just be eating a piece of pizza, and I'll just be like, what if the tallest man? No, he's not big enough either. And I can't picture someone carrying the axe. I don't understand the confusion.
Okay.
Who is he with right here?
Yeah, can you explain the people that you're with? Kenneth said Kenneth said you need to know someone who works there, and then they can show you around.
Oh. The dude on the right looks familiar. Doesn't he look familiar?
I don't know. I'm waiting to find out if they're.
he looks like the guy from Office Space. What's his name?
Dwight. Looks like Dwight.
This is where you find out that you're like.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. You said Office Space. I was getting it confused with The Office.
No, that's what I meant. The Office. You're right. That's what I meant. The Office. I've seen the. Bleh. Use your words. I've seen Office Space like 100,000 times because it's one of my husband's favorite movies. But
Office Space
that's
is
what
one of
I
the
meant.
best movies ever. It should be one of your favorite movies.
It is one of my favorite movies. I do
Good.
like it very much. Anyways, but I did mean The Office, which I have never watched. But
You haven't watched The Office?
no, I don't think it's. Is it on Hulu or Netflix? Because that's all I ever watch. Because
It was on
99
Netflix for a while.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
on which
99%
one?
of the time, I don't know. Like 99% of the time, I'm working on stuff.
Yeah.
Like I can't sit still because I fidget and I have to do something. So I put Netflix on because I get kind of lonely.
I'm
by
exactly the
myself.
same. That's what I use YouTube for.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, and
I'm going to predict a scenario right here. Your husband goes, oh, I got to show you this thing. And there's been a lot of times where he said, so do you want to, like, watch it or not? I can turn it off. Because he's showing you, like, a movie he likes, and then, like, 20 minutes in, you start, like, doodling or something. Right? I have friends that always do that. Am I the only one here? Why did it get so quiet?
I feel like
exactly, yeah, that's
People
exactly, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, so you do have that then. I don't. For me, everyone tends to just know that I.
And then he's like, you're not watching.
You're not watching it. That's funny.
I do get that. Usually from my brother. My brother will be like, you're not watching, this is the important bit. And it's like during Sherlock or something. He's like, you can't look away from the screen.
Well, he knows you're going to ask about it
well,
later.
that's
if you
what
don't
I-
watch.
One thing I've gotten into is on YouTube. There are these, because I really enjoy, right before I go to bed, I'll go on Ask Reddit or I'll go on Our No Sleep, and I'll read a bunch of like scary stories or like people's responses to Ask Reddit stuff. And I found on YouTube is there are people that go on there and they do like a video of them reading it. And so I'll just put it on for like 6 hours and just listen to stories from Reddit that these YouTube people have reported.
Huh.
Oh, nice. I'm just going to read out what Kenneth said. Kenneth says, from left to right, it is Kenneth, the StarCraft producer, friend from college, and then the World of Warcraft producer. So that's the image on the screen at the moment.
I knew I recognized him as the World of Warcraft producer. I
Yeah.
didn't recognize him as
Is
that.
that-
He looks really familiar, though. Like, maybe I saw an interview with him somewhere or something. He just looks so familiar. It's driving me crazy.
I wonder if he's ever done anything on stage at like E3 or anything like that?
Maybe.
What are you doing?
There. It's so familiar. Just keep
You're
zooming
such a
in.
butt face. You realise
There we
that,
go.
right? You're
Right? Anyone else? Anyone else reckon?
I'm putting the screen on my screen. Screw you.
Alright, I'm gonna close.
I might try and get hired by these guys, and yet you're being an absolute butt face.
Then I'm gonna go in there, and then he's gonna be like, "Are you the dude that zoomed in on the screen?" And I'll be like, "Yeah." High five.
And I'll be like, hey, can you give me a reference? Actually, no, never mind, don't worry.
And then he's gonna be like, "You're not watching the high five."
Why do you do these things? Why do you do these things? You're a bit of a butt. Oh, every time I look up the screen and I see the image that I've been working, I see all the things I've done wrong with it, and it's like, why?
That happens to me. I was like looking just at my painting, and I'm like, "This is a rad painting," and then I looked at the reference, and I was like, "I'm not even close."
What about me, guys?
Wait, I haven't even looked. I don't know. Is it close? How does it feel?
I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm not.
I don't know. I don't know. Why are people watching us? We don't know what we're doing. It's just chaos. Art's just chaos. Why are we watching?
I don't know, I'm trying to force it over to Jen's screen, but for some reason it's a black
Wait.
screen.
Yeah, her screen just went black again.
What the fudge?
I hear you, but
Yeah.
then when I go just to your screen, it's black.
Yeah, and the little thumbnail's frozen. I don't know what's going on.
That sucks balls.
Yeah, because now I
can
just...
see it.
It's weird. When I click away from your screen, I can see it, and then on the podcast, it's just your thumbnail.
Yeah, maybe...
Maybe this is like a hang-up, call-back kind of situation.
You've already done that, though, haven't you?
Oh, really?
I've seen all of it. I can see all of you. And it's been weird because I'll start saying something and then it's like you guys don't hear me, and it's like I'm a ghost.
Yeah, there's been a few times where you suddenly
there's a couple
out, so
times
it's
where
kind
I
of black.
out.
Yep, nope, nobody.
Nope.
It's weird.
No.
I hate everything in the universe.
No. We heard that. No. I'm sorry. We'll do our best with what we have.
What is going on? Why is the
some red
screen
in
not
here.
working? Hey, chat, what does Jen's screen look like to you guys? What do you see on her screen?
If I force it over for a second, chat, tell me if you see a black screen or not.
I'm pretty sure all they're going to see is just her thumbnail, like her profile image.
Yeah. I'm going to jump it back just in case now. So for that allotted time, what did you guys see?
Should I like hang up and try again?
That's what I'm wondering, if it's a hang up call back kind of
Bay
thing.
My Brain Creation says he just finished.
Yeah, so maybe Mike, could you show it, or do you want me to show it?
Bay My Brain always makes awesome art.
Yeah, everyone's saying
My
it's just a
internet's
profile
not-
picture.
It's just the picture that everyone sees?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Yeah, it might be a hang up call back kind of thing. See if that does it.
Okay. Should I just... You think I should just reload?
Yeah, I think so. Do you have the link in your chat? You have the link I sent you, right, to the Hangout, still in the message I sent you?
She's gone.
Oh my god. And then there were two.
And then there were two. Hey. Now we can say all the mean things we'd always wanted to say.
I know. I always feel like I can only say them when it's just you and me here. And then now I can say just all the horrible things that go through my mind. Oh, hey, how's it going? Oh my god, his is awesome. Wow. Obey My Brains is so cool.
Do you see me now?
Let me click. Yes. Now I see you. There we go. We're back.
Look, Obey My
Cool.
Brains
Yeah,
page.
it's so awesome. it's been really cool because he's been also like switching up a lot. At least as far as I noticed, because I always see his art first kind of just on Instagram. That's where I'm always scrolling through everybody.
Yeah, same.
And it's just that the variations in different brushes he's using and everything has been just really awesome.
Definitely.
I gotta get to you.
Oh, I love this one. This is like seriously one of my favorite ones.
I
I've
love
seen him
the
do in
eye.
a long time.
Wow.
It's got so much character. I feel like the guy that I've drawn does not look like the guy
You're
we're
so
supposed to be
fast. God, I'm slow.
drawing.
I like Steve Ray mentioned about your thumbnail, Jen. He says, she's covered in blood?
Question mark.
Yes. Yes, she is.
It's my crazy self-portrait, yeah.
Mhm.
I feel like I've drawn Gavin from Rooster Teeth. I feel like
I don't know who I painted. I painted somebody, but I don't know who it is. I'm not going to smash it, though. I'm going to keep it. Because as a painting alone, I'm alright with it. You know, I mean, I'm going to be working on it more, too. I didn't really spend very much time measuring anything on this one. I kind of just dove in. I think what happened is what I predicted, is I painted him what he's going to look like in 30 years.
I think it looks really cool.
Made his mouth way too large. That's alright. It's oil paint. I can push things around. I'll make the paint bend to my will.
Okay, I'm about to like be done with the outline here.
Oh my god, it's 5 a.m.
Oh shit. Do we have to? Oh yeah, we should start wrapping up here for the
We
evening.
do need to
probably.
start wrapping up. So, if anyone has any work in progresses or finished pieces, anything like that, do post them in the Artist Lounge thread so I can show them. If anyone has any last questions, throw them in the chat, and we'll kind of finish those off as we're finishing the episode. But I was supposed to go to bed an hour ago, so. A Babe Up Brain says, I downloaded Kyle Webster's new free splatter brushes last week. Awesome. I need to check that out. Kyle Webster's work's amazing, especially his brushes. But very, very cool.
Man, it looks really nice. I should try digital again.
I think the thing with
That's
digital
awesome.
is you do have to give it the time, really. You really do.
It's hard to give it the time because oil paint exists.
I mean, the thing is, you don't have to do digital at the end of the day. If you want to spend your time on oil.
Though, you know, I mean, you know, I kind of do. Like, you know, kind of do. So I will. I should. All right, you twisted my arm enough. I'll do digital.
That's so weird.
I do want to learn it.
Oh. I was wondering why my arm was hurting. I'm not meant to draw for this long.
Oh, shit, I just fucked up.
Yeah, I kind of went a little insane with this. I usually don't spend this much time.
Nah, it'll still work. I want to paint the background more.
I haven't even gotten to the watercolor yet.
You got a long journey ahead of you. This is probably one of those ones where you can end up just posting it in the RGD, but also just doing posts in the Artist Lounge as well, because it's been like so long since the post happened.
Yeah.
I never really
Yeah.
clarified what the length of time should be for that to be the case. I usually kind of give it if it's kind of like a next day situation. What could be considered the next day, then you could post it in the Artist Lounge.
Right. I'm starting to really get into this piece. I'm really enjoying it.
I've been enjoying the process in this one. I don't think it looks a lot like them, but I just been enjoying making the painting.
Oh my god, I just did a flick. So, the original colours I started with were these.
Oh, I switch screens. I haven't looked at yours. I haven't scrolled. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Those were the original colours that I started with, and this is what I have now. I am so glad I restarted that.
Wow.
Wise decisions.
Indeed. It got to a point where I was just like, I can't correct this. I just need to restart. Figure out what I'm doing wrong and just redo it.
Oh shit, I just realized something I fucked up. Oops.
Okay, Drokart's
There we go.
posted a work in progress, so
Oh, Drogart, always a big fan.
I'll grab that.
This is gonna be hilarious.
Oh, we've got a drawing by Anon as well, so I'll do Drokart first.
Oh, I love drawing by Anon.
Drogart.
Oh,
Oh, that's
okay.
cool.
So this is Drokart's piece. Very epic as always. Crazy
That's
and
cool.
distorted and exaggerated. Everything that Drokart does well.
I love every time I think there's like no way he could like push like a distortion or like a caricature further. He always is like even more and more extreme.
Yeah.
I feel like what I'm looking at is, you know, like those photos of, it's kind of not exactly accurate the way it was represented, but the general idea is the guy who had schizophrenia or whatever, and he'd do paintings of his cat, and eventually the paintings get all like totally crazy and trippy. I feel like it's like that with Drogart.
Yeah.
It's just like the more and more, it's just getting more and more insane, just like pushing the limits. I'm always curious, like just where it's going to be, because I can never predict what one of his pieces is going to look like. I love them.
Very, very cool. And then we have a drawing by Anon,
Yay!
who says, I did a thing. There we go. Very
Oh,
nice.
most certainly did. Oh, that one really captured his character.
He looks so kind.
Yeah,
I want to give him a hug.
me too. We should hug him. We should just hug him.
I'm hugging my Wacom
Okay.
tablet. It's fine.
Cool.
Yeah, have you just seen it? Yeah, it's so sweet.
I like that. I tried doing highlights on toned paper and I failed. So
What did you try to do it with?
See, I think we lost the audio there.
I tried doing highlights on toned paper and I failed miserably.
Yeah, what did you attempt to do the
Can you hear me now?
with?
Yeah, we got you now.
I hate everything
Um,
in the universe.
What kind of materials?
Paper. I need to like get a sign.
Maybe write it in the chat and read it out loud.
What?
Nothing. Oh.
Oh, people are starting to talk about Inktober. Obey My Brain says, is anyone going to start Inktober on Thursday? For anyone who doesn't know what that is, that's where you draw an ink drawing of some kind every single day during October.
Oh God, I started doing pen and ink now. Now I can't. I still have. Oh my God, I'm so behind on drawings I said I would do. This is horrible. I keep promising shit to people and then I don't deliver. I'm like the dad that keeps saying he's gonna go to the Little League game. Like, I'll see your game, son, and then the kid's like sitting out there, all the team's gone and missed the home run, you know.
Mm.
And then I show up with like my briefcase, like, oh, the office. Like I feel like that.
I don't have the time this month. I'm fully booked on commissions. I've got people who've booked to be notified about commissions in advance for October. And then I've also got a portfolio to make up and do all the artwork for that. So I do not have the time.
Yeah, realistically, Inktober's not gonna happen for me either.
Oh wow, I'm just watching Jen's screen, and it's like, you know when you see a horror movie and the way the character moves to like walk around the screen, it's just like it moves too fast at points.
Oh yeah, it is.
What's
It's like Jacob's ladder. It looks like like the guy shaking his head in Jacob's ladder. It's all
Yeah.
glitchy.
It's terrifying.
Put your head in the screen and then shake it really fast.
Oh my god.
It was weird. It was like it's like shaky.
Hang on.
Oh,
Oh my
it's
god,
terrifying.
it's doing it again. You gotta like shake your head back and forth real fast.
Oh my god, look.
Hang on. I got something for you.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh, there was a crash sound and then everything froze.
Oh my god.
There was a crash sound and then everything froze.
We're gonna
That's
see Slender Man in a minute.
I'm gonna jump off of that screen.
I'm scared.
I'll jump back when she starts
Genuinely
moving.
scared what you're gonna see.
I'll jump back when she starts moving again. I don't like the fact that she's completely frozen.
Mm.
I swear to God, I've actually drawn Gavin from.
Oh my god, she's jumping around.
There we go. Hello. Welcome back.
Sarah got scared and moved away from the screen.
Okay. That was fun.
Oh, we didn't really see much because it froze.
I saw it suddenly jump back and she was screaming at the screen. Now we see the drawing.
I can see a cat.
Yeah, there's a kitty.
Oh, you want to see? Come here, baby.
Kitty cat.
We're gonna see the kitty in Jacob Ladder format. Everybody has a cat but me. I gotta get a cat. This is
Oh, it's
ridiculous.
such a big cat. It's such a big, fuzzy little cat.
He's like, put me down.
Oh my god. Are we having the cat podcast now? Should I go get a cat?
Sorry. Yeah,
Yeah, go
totally.
get a cat.
I'm gonna go grab a cat. They're all moving away, which means they probably know.
I'm gonna get a cat too. I'm just kidding. I don't have a cat. I'm not gonna get a cat.
You cuddle back up, baby.
Oh, gosh, gosh. Ah,
So.
Okay, I'm back. I have a cat. I'll try and make it appear on the screen.
Let's invite your cat to podcast day.
He's been in here the whole time. It's just been.
Is that Comet there?
This is Cosmos.
Oh.
He's sleepy. My brother just showed up in chat and he goes, I get here and I see cats, typical. This is actually David's cat. And I've stolen him because he's the nicest for cuddles. Yo, sleepy kitty.
I'm pretty happy with this painting so far. I think I know how to paint. If someone said, Mike, do you know how to paint? I think I could honestly say yes now.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I know how to paint.
That
I won't
looks
make it
really
look
awesome.
like the person, but
Mine, I got one eye that's like twice the size of the other eye. And I think, I don't know, I think I kind of went and made him look, I don't know.
Everyone's talking about cats in the chat now.
What the fuck is wrong with me?
what happened?
Wrong brush. Oh my god.
What'd you do?
I used the wrong brush.
So? What, did you
It
ruin
had
the brush?
brown on it.
Oh.
No, it had brown paint on it, and I thought it had blue paint on it, and I put it in the wrong spot, and I can fix it. It's okay.
You got
It's
it.
okay.
You got
It's
this.
all right.
You got this. It's under control.
Oh my
Everything's
God.
fine. Everything is perfect.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh look.
The cat's punching you in the face.
Yeah. He's purring about it as well. Can you hear that?
Oh, there it is.
Aw.
I gotta get a cat. This is ridiculous.
You gotta get a boy cat.
Hello.
A boy cat?
Yeah, boy cats are the best.
Yeah, these are all boys. We've got 3 boy cats here.
Yeah. Leopold obviously is a boy. And I had a girl cat for a while. Her name, I thought she was a boy, but turns out she's a girl. And she's just a nightmare. She will not let you touch her. She hates everyone. She's angry all the
I
time.
don't want that. I want like a big fat tabby. Or a, do they make like a Maine Coon munchkin? I want one of those. I want like a huge fluffy cat with little legs. And then that just like,
I love
and then
them.
and then you just pick it up, and then the cat just like, it just goes into like sack of potatoes mode, and just like, you know.
I have a friend who's got a cat named Donut, and he's
Aw.
like, he's the epitome of his name. He's just a donut.
I want a cat like that.
Oh, by the way, Steve Ray just showed up. He was drawing from and has explained what was used for the picture.
Yeah.
So it's tone paper with pens and some white coloured pencil to hide my boo-boos with the white pen. And then David says, cats are overrated, you have to feed them and take care of their litter. Much better to just borrow cuddles from other people's cats.
That's not true. My cat goes outside, and he uses the bathroom outside. He doesn't have a litter box.
Really?
Yeah, he goes bathroom outside like a dog.
Our cats have decided that everywhere in the universe is a litter tray. They didn't used to be like that, but they've now decided that every litter tray, every flower bed, and also the entire area in front of the front door is their litter tray, which is unfortunate.
Kitties.
Yeah.
They make their own rules. You don't tell cats what to do, they tell you what to do.
I'm just going to do one last call for any last questions or any last pictures that have been posted. Let me know if they're here, and then we'll wrap up because I was not supposed to be up this late.
Typical podcast fashion.
Sleep is for the dead.
Mm-hmm.
I disagree. I have a long day tomorrow. And I've had a long weekend.
Yeah, you've slept probably a total of like 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you have drunk guys banging on your door.
It does happen, apparently. Oh, Mike, I'm loving yours.
Thank
It's
you.
really evolved so
So
much.
much using blush.
Let's see.
Hate mine. Hate everything about everything in the universe, and this is the end of my life.
Wow. Wow. No, you can't finish on a negative. No. No.
That's how I finished last week.
Yeah. Last week
Finished
was
last
okay.
week just swearing at myself. I'm much happier with this one.
I really like that. I feel like you've got a great character there.
I feel like, I mean, you know, it has its own flaws and everything, but I feel like I look at this and it's like, yes, I know how to paint, which is all I ask sometimes, just to make sure that I still know how to make art.
I'll put mine back
I kind of
up.
feel like I ripped off Smokey Beard, my friend Yoni. I kind of feel like I just painted something in his style. Sometimes how I always feel like I feel like I'm ripping off Roger. It's just like, am I making something, or am I just like making like a watered down Roger piece?
I feel like mine's quite far off, but it's still very, very work in progress. I need to bring the nose up, bring the mouth down, but honestly, I don't know if I'll have time to finish it, so I might just post a work in progress and just say I'm sorry, I don't know if I'll have time to finish this, because I don't have a lot of time at the moment.
It happens.
It
I'm
does.
probably gonna give mine till maybe midnight, and then wherever it is at midnight, I'm gonna call it a wraps, and then go to sleep.
What time is it here? It's 12:30 here already.
Where are you?
I'm on the east coast of the United States. I'm Eastern Standard Time. I'm in Charleston, South Carolina.
Cool, cool.
First,
I don't know. I kind of like it a little bit. I don't know. Whatever.
The South or your piece?
What I've painted so far.
Oh, okay. Nice.
I don't know. What do you guys think?
I gotta
It's kind of hard
see
to see 'cause it's at an angle. But I really liked watching you do all the ink work.
it. Yeah, I can only see the bottom corner of it.
It is fully on camera, but it's hard to like judge.
Oh, it is fully on camera. Maybe I'm actually
Yeah.
maybe my window's minimized here. Hold on a second. I think I'm just missing it. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. That was my bad. I had the window there. Oh, okay.
Maybe, I don't know.
Well, I can see it now.
Oh, cool. Okay, you can see the colors a lot better now.
No, it's done.
Oh. Awesome.
What did I do?
I love how deep the black is. What did you use for the black?
I used a Prismacolor ink brush pen. Here.
Okay.
And a fine liner for it. Here, I got my
Cat. That cat is so happy right now.
So, okay. I used this is the Prismacolor brush tip.
Oh yeah.
See, it's got like.
Oh, I have to open a window. I'm gonna die. I'm poisoning myself. There we go.
Shmoonify says, I love
Yeah,
the
like a
harsh
fine line.
shadows in the scarf.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there we go. We can see it.
So you mix those with watercolors, the Prisma?
Say that again?
So you mix the watercolor with Prismacolor.
No, this is Winsor & Newton.
Oh,
yeah.
Those ones.
They're separate things. So, because I was watching her do it, she did. Jen did all of the inks first, and then going in with the watercolor afterwards. That's what you're asking.
I see.
It's not like combined.
I got you.
But very, very cool. I agree with Shmoonify. I really love those deep shadows in the scarf. I'm looking forward to seeing what it looks like when it's done.
Thank you, Shmoonify. I had to close all the other windows because I think that was what was screwing up my connection, was I have so much going on right now. And so I can't really hear or see what everybody's posting.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta put this blue back in here. Oh shit. That's fine. Painting, it doesn't have to be perfect.
Okay. If you guys are all right,
Yeah.
I
I think
think
I'm at a good
gonna
wrapping
finish
up
up.
point here. I think I'm getting pretty happy with mine. I'm not going to need to put too much work into it. I think it's kind of got like a nice little raw look to it that I'm probably going to try to hold on to.
Nice.
So
I don't know. I gotta work on the face. There's not any shadows on the face, but I got the line work done for the shadows.
Awesome.
all right. Sarah, do you have anything coming up?
So a lot of my friends will be at New York Comic Con, so if you're there, please give them a big hello. I just wanted to share a piece of artwork. I didn't have a lot of money, spending money with me, but there was one friend who I definitely wanted to buy work from, and that's Adam Byrne. He is a concept artist, and here is one of his pieces. Wow. Which is stunning, and this was the oldest piece on his table, so he's got lots of brand new work. I apologise for the glare, but there you go. His work is stunning, and he always sells out at the cons, so if you want to grab something of his work, get there early. He is with a writer, and they make a comic book series, and I believe I don't know if they've got it out now or if they're bringing it out soon, but there will be a hardcover version of the series. So I definitely recommend checking that out because the work is gorgeous and I'm sure the story matches it. Then there will be like Romantically Apocalyptic, Destiny Blue, all the art comic legends that visit the UK market will be at New York Comic Con, so do go give them a big hello from me. As for myself, my next convention is in October, end of October. That will be the London MCM. In the meantime, what I'm doing is working on commissions. The commissions that were ordered between the last MCM and now should be completed by October, at which point I will be opening commissions again. I have given permission to anyone who sees me at a show that they can get requested for a commission in advance. So there will be an announcement before the public announcement, just so you guys know. So there will be a little queue. But yeah, so that's what I'll be doing, and I'll be getting ready for the London Comic Con. I'm very excited about it. Scotland is very. Oh, who's got a window open?
Oh, that would be me. Sorry.
Okay. Scotland has really inspired me and made me realise, because I was the one selling for the first time, it's made me realise a lot of things that maybe people just really want to, like, I don't know, meet the artist and stuff like that. So what I'm going to try and do for this London, which I've never done before, is I'm going to attempt to take out some slots that would normally be reserved for drawing and make sure that I am free, so that if you show up at that convention, you will have that time to chat to me, because usually there's no time to talk to me. I'm too busy drawing, and if you haven't booked a drawing slot, then I unfortunately all I can say is hi. And Scotland really showed me that it's really important for me to be able to interact with you guys, because it makes me feel so happy and make more artwork and all that jazz. So I'll make sure that there are some allotted times where I will be free. And I will put a post on my Facebook about what those timings are, so you can make sure that you find me. So do watch the Facebook over the next, and it will post to Twitter as well. Do watch the Facebook and Twitter over the next month or so to plan all of your timings and stuff like that. And I'll try and make it so that there's some slots for people who get priority entry tickets and some slots for people who don't. I'll try and make sure that happens. But yeah, that's the big thing that I'm getting ready for. What about you, Mike?
So this Friday is first Friday in Oakland, which means it is the second opening for Roger David's show, Ignite, a.k.a. Art Broken, and not the Roger you know. This was the, I mean, come on, it's a special show. This is two artists who met via RGD, and now I get to show his work. So this will be our second month. So the first month went pretty well. Sold a couple pieces. Had a couple prospects. They Tindered me, which I'm not actually on Tinder, but I like using that phrase, is when someone reaches out, says they're interested, and then vanish. I wanted to catch on in artwork. Tindered. Anyways, whatever. I don't have to worry. They're not going to see the podcast here, so. And even if they do, I don't give a damn. Don't Tinder your art dealer. That's not right. But anyways, that's exciting. I'm excited for that. First Friday is always fun. I will be also in the gallery sitting Saturday. I know there's some Bay Area people here. So seriously, if you are in the Bay Area, go to it. Come to First Friday. Why not? And then, and if you want to like meet Roger, me, whatever. Actually, if you want to meet us and then even like hang out, come at the end of First Friday at like 9 o'clock because that's when it's ending, and then hang out because then we usually like hang out or you do something or whatever. And then I'll be there on Saturday, so that's fun. That's a big thing. Personally, not much going on. Just kind of doing my drawings or whatever. No real shows lined up right now. Anything I have is too loose and too prospecty to bring up. So we'll see if it comes together. Jen, how about yourself?
Moving to Thailand.
Yeah, that's a big thing.
That's what's happening this week for me. So.
You'll be in Thailand this week. That's crazy. So soon.
Yeah. So
You'll be
we'll
checking
fly
in
out
on
Friday.
Good
But
luck.
you'll still
I
be
hope it's
checking in
Friday.
hanging out in the artist lounge, right? Right?
See what? Say it again.
You're still going to be hanging out in the artist lounge, right?
Oh
In
yeah,
Thailand?
yeah, definitely.
Awesome.
There's free Wi-Fi at the gym, so I'll definitely be hanging out. But there are rolling blackouts in Thailand, in case y'all didn't know that. So I might never be able to do this again with you guys.
No.
I mean, at least not until I come back. But it's been kind of shitty because of goddamn fucking bullshit. Sorry, I'll stop.
Wow.
The internet connection sucks.
Yeah.
And
So you still be able to share the art.
Yeah, it was good enough for us to see your process and have you chat with us, and that's what we really want, really.
so I kind of like this though. It looks better than I thought it would be because yesterday I tried recording myself drawing and I massacred it.
My brother David is asking the most important question. We heard about the dog, but is the cat going to Thailand?
No, Leopold has to stay. It's you can take the cat because he's small enough that I could actually have him on the flight with me, like with me. But the thing is, bringing him back would be almost impossible. So
Why is that?
it's like the legalities of it and having a cat over there exposed to what is in Thailand. He would have to have all these tests when he gets back. It would just be more hassle than it's worth to be able to take him over there. So
Okay, that makes
no,
sense.
Leopold is staying here with my parents.
Oh.
Yeah. So where he's safe and I don't have to worry about people wanting to eat him.
Damn.
Well, I mean, it actually is a thing over there. We actually have a friend whose wife is from Thailand, and in the rural areas, they do what they need to survive, but we're going to be in a city, so it's not really prevalent there. And but okay, yeah, I was just saying.
Well, stay safe. I hope you have a good flight and that it all goes well.
Yeah, and you got to keep us posted on all the adventures out there. Everything, the art, the Muay Thai, all the excitement. I'm so curious about all of that. That's gonna just the whole thing's gonna be such an experience. I want to hear about all of it.
Yeah, I'll post stuff, and I'll continue like being my weird self and inappropriate and everything. So yay! I hate myself.
Oh no. Well, I love you.
Oh well. I love you too, guys.
Well, thank you for joining us on the podcast, and I hope everyone in chat and on the recorded version on YouTube enjoyed the show. Thank you to everyone in Glasgow and all of that stuffs. Mwah, we love you. And I hope to see you again same time next week. Bye.
So long. Goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you listening to the artist.